Day 2 of the St. Thomas Trinity University Series taking place right now, as the doubleheader today will decide who takes the series and who will potentially be the true challengers to TLU. You see the Trinity Tigers with their 16-7 record gaining a new win after beating the Celts yesterday in a controversial 4-3 victory. I am Reed Rosales here with the Tiger Network, joined alongside Caleb Reed. And Caleb, looking at that replay yesterday, the Celts have a lot of motivation to win today, I'm sure.
I mean, you never know how the game is going to go if certain calls go one way or the other. We don't have a crystal ball up here in the Mabry Pavilion, but I think that it's safe to say that even if they had gotten that call, it would have been a very close game. It still was a close game regardless, but both of these teams coming into it, Trinity wants to win it maybe without controversy. St. Thomas wants to get one back that maybe they think was stolen from them last night. And so these are going to be two teams that are coming out all cylinders firing here for some Saturday afternoon softball.
And Rebecca Archibald awaits the first pitch from the player in the circle, Cameron Bishop. The freshman lefty deals the first pitch, and we are underway. Strike one as Archibald flashed bunt. That is her bread and butter play. Drop the bunt and try to run it out. Has to contend with the Tiger infield, who's expecting it. Tagawa playing way in from second base. Bunt is dropped, fielded cleanly. The throw, and I think having some trouble getting it out of her glove was Marina De La Luna, because did a slight pump fake at first. So base hit for Rebecca Archibald. That brings up Haley Lupien. Now working with the speedy Archibald on first base. Much better start for the Celts than day one.
I'm not sure if it was a issue with the glove, or maybe Jordan Williams might have been out of position there.
Bunt is dropped, but it's a foul ball.
I think the Marina didn't want to have a throwing error attributed and instead had to kind of double clutch it there. But the infield playing in is something that we saw against Archibald a lot last night. Of course, Archibald being one of the big speed threats on this team, and definitely someone who can lay down the bunt and leg out a hit, as we saw just there.
Next pitch to Lupien. Grounder right to Bishop. Tries to go to second. And I think just maybe a mental lapse by the freshman, wanting a bit too much, ends up just kind of tagging Archibald with the ball itself. Could have gotten the easy out at first, but wanted to. So 2 base runners on for St. Thomas.
She tried to go for the double play there, but whenever you're a pitcher, you're more used to throwing underhanded than anything else, and so I think that trying to go for the overhand is what kind of got her to miss the mark there just a little bit.
First pitch misses for ball one to Jalen Simmons.
Simmons last night did pretty good for herself, 2 for 4 with a run, and definitely hoping to be continuing that momentum here again this afternoon during the doubleheader.
And that pitch misses outside for ball 2. So favorable count for the 3-hole bat. Working with Archibald at second.
Going to get the replay there, and yeah, just a throw off the mark there by Bishop. Some early game jitters.
And that one snagged by Williams over at first base. Just a jammer sent into foul territory, but Jordan Williams in the right position to catch it for out number 1.
Great job there by Jordan Williams. Of course, she was set up in good position for it, but that's just a heads-up play that you expect from a senior of her magnitude. She is just so good in the field.
Ball 1 to the dangerous cleanup hitter, Chloe Bennett. Leader in many ways. The catcher, the cleanup. The leader on and off the field. Puts that one up the middle, and it gets down for a base hit. They try to go to second, and now the throw won't come home. So a run will score for St. Thomas as Chloe Bennett gets the benefit of a poor throw to second base, when maybe Tagawa would have been better off just keeping the ball to herself. So still one out on the board as there's a meeting in the circle.
It was a good heads-up play there by Archibald, the base runner there, just to be able to see the ball going, realize that she has the time to go, and the De La Luna opting not to throw it home, maybe to prevent the runners from moving forward even further than they already had.
So it's 1-0 Celts.
Now batting the right fielder, number 7, Mallory Munson.
And Mallory Munson working with the same situation as Chloe Bennett. And that one will come in and tag Munson. So Bishop struggling early on due to some lack of command and also some fielding mishaps by the Tigers. Top of the first, bases loaded for the Celts. Moves it on to Isabel Charles, who can threaten to break this one wide open early on.
It's something that we've seen a little bit from Cam so far during her freshman campaign. Whenever she is on, she is on. That very first game that she had against Howard Payne, she was absolutely electric. But there are some days where she's on, some days where she's off. And whenever she's on, she is fantastic. But whenever she's off, we see issues like this sometimes.
And that pitch misses. 1-1 count. Freshman came into this game with a 2.73 ERA. Will tick up a little bit after that run comes in to score. If they count that run as earned, that is. Next pitch. That one put out into the outfield. Ranging over. It's going to get down and roll to the wall. One run comes in to score. Here comes the second. And runners at the corners for the Celts. As a big hit will make it 3-0. And the Celts striking much earlier today than they did yesterday. As Isabel Charles, the designated player, she gets to hold the bat and she makes work with it.
It's something that we talked about a lot coming into this game. St. Thomas is a team that is averaging over 7 runs per game. They can strike, and they can strike fast, and they're showing it right here.
Now, Lindsay Gonzalez. Another dangerous bat for the Celts. It doesn't get any easier for Bishop. And that next pitch misses. So Bishop trying to find the zone. As her second pitch miss. Runners at the corners for Gonzalez. That one infield pop up. Easy snag by Tagawa. And there are 2 outs here in the top of the first. We head over now to Gabby Davila, taking a practice swing before stepping into the box.
Last night, Davila went 0 for 2, but did have a walk to her name.
First pitch in there for a strike. We'll see if the Celts try any base running strategies. I'm not sure if they would send the runner from third to home if a throw to second were to occur. The throw to second happens, and they cut it off wisely. So 2 runners in scoring position for the Celts as a free base is snagged. It is 3-0. St. Thomas still leads. And Trinity just trying to get out of the top of the first at this point. Shows bunt. Takes it for strike 2.
It's very interesting to see how offensive this game has started, especially considering how defensive it was. We didn't even get multiple hits until I believe the 3rd or 4th inning last night. And so for this game to start out so hot tonight, it is a very interesting change of pace.
Swing and a miss. Cameron Bishop strikes out the batter, but the Celts strike first. They take a 3-0 lead heading into the bottom of the frame. We'll take a break on the Tiger Network and let them get ready. We're back at San Antonio. Pitcher in the circle for the Celts. It's Allison Hughes, the sophomore out of Cypress, Texas, coming in with a 6.12 ERA and a 3-2 record. The sophomore, intended to be the heir apparent to Bailey Tisdale, has struggled in the beginning parts of the season, looking to do some good work against the Tigers, though. And Samantha Tagawa leads things off for Trinity.
Tagawa last night as the leadoff went 1 for 3. Had a pretty good performance, not just offensively, but defensively as well. That one hit being a double and also bringing in a run.
The 1-0 pitch. That one in there for strike one. Similar location. And with Chloe Bennett behind the dish, Tigers will have to be aware of the good frame jobs she's able to do. Flash button for a moment, but pulled back wisely. It's a 2-1 count as the order goes. Tagawa, Watson, Boudreau, Williams, Arce, Dela Luna, Bowser, Del Toro, then Baltzel. Meanwhile, Allison Hughes and Chloe Bennett being the battery for the Celts, as that is a strong liner foul at the left side. Good contact by Tagawa. Evens up the count at 2-2. Hughes trying to get out number one quickly. And that one misses, high and away. So a full count for Samantha Tagawa. She's an expert at dragging counts out to being full or fouling things off and making the pitcher work. And she works a walk, something that was hard to come by for the Tigers yesterday. They only drew one as a team. And Tagawa just extending her single season record even further as Sydney Watson steps up to the dish.
Whenever we talked with Coach Whitnow, she was nothing but complimentary of Tagawa's patience with the bat in her hand, and it's a big reason why she has been so good so far this season.
Panchon laid down. The throw to first will be in time, but plan complete. Tagawa's at second. Tigers would really like to score her after the 3 spot in the top of the first. Try to keep pace with this Celts offense.
First baseman number 24.
It's a good choice there to do the sacrifice, Watson. Not trying to do too much, not trying to get like an infield dribbler that just ends up maybe causing a double play. Instead, just doing what she can, making sure that she can get the player advanced 60 feet forward.
First pitch taken for ball 1 to Hannah Boudreau. Freshman trying to drive in the freshman at second. It is a 1-0 count. The next pitch misses high. So a 2-0 count for the dangerous 3-hole hitter. Boudreau loves driving them out into the gaps. And doing so here would bring Tagawa in. That one in for a strike. Hughes working with traffic on the bases early, much like Bishop. 2-1 pitch. In for strike 2, so a 2-2 count for Boudreaux. As Hughes comes back to make it a competitive AB. That one misses high and away, so a full count. One out in the bottom of the first. Boudreaux threatening to get on.
Boudreaux doing a really good job here, not taking any bad swings.
Takes that one inside. Another walk drawn by a Tiger. Already doubled their count from yesterday. So runners at first and second for the cleanup batter, Jordan Williams. Williams will look to get an RBI early on. Double play threat on the table. The senior takes that one for strike one. They attacked the outside edge, and it worked like a charm.
Williams, of course, we've seen what she can do defensively already so far this game, but with the bat in her hand, she is dangerous as well.
And that pitch misses. Evens it up 1-1. And the senior tasked with the cleanup spot. Jordan Arce on deck. Marina De La Luna in the hole. And that one too high. 2-1 count. Tagawa at second. Boudreaux at first. That one fouled off. So once again, a 2-2 count to a Tiger. This is the situation for Hughes. Hughes has issued 2 walks today. Both, of course, being in the bottom of the first. Sharp grounder fouled down the right field line.
One important thing to note whenever looking at this St. Thomas team, and in particular Hughes, is that this is Hughes' first live at-bats since March 9th. The team had a canceled series against Hardin Simmons, but they have not played in a very, very long time.
That one sent out into the outfield. And Archibald ranges over and makes the easy catch on the can of corn. 2 outs in the inning as Williams is retired. Hands it over to another Jordan Arce. Holds the 5 spot now. She'll try to score the first runs of the game for the Tigers, as they try to not leave it 3-0 heading into the second. But takes that one for strike one.
After the game last night, we kind of expected St. Thomas to come out here very, very aggressively, and they are doing so here today. We saw it in the top of the first, but Trinity does kind of have a tendency to sometimes start off a little bit slow before picking it up later on in the game once they sort of get a read on what the starter is doing.
Good pitch, 1-2 count. Hughes trying to escape. Tagawa's been at her back for most of this inning. That one fouled back. Arce trying to stay alive. Tried to pass the baton over to De La Luna. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. The bottom of the first ends the same as the top of the first. A strikeout. Jordan Arce will head back to the dugout. We head to the second inning on the Tiger Network. It is still St. Thomas 3, Trinity 0. It is Delaney Moreno to start things off for the Celts here in the top of the second. A very successful top of the first makes it so the 9-hole hitter is leading off. And a very capable 9-hole bat is Moreno. First pitch of the inning from Bishop. In for strike one. Getting into your defensive lineup for the Tigers. Cameron Bishop and Peyton Bowser complete the battery. Jordan Williams at first, Samantha Tagawa at second. Marina Del Luna at third, Angela Baltzel over at shortstop. Next pitch, too high, 1-1 count. Hayden Del Toro over in left field, Sydney Watson in center, and Jordan Arce over in right.
Arce being the two-way player. This is the outfield that we are most used to here for Trinity softball whenever Arce is not pitching. Whenever Arce is pitching, we typically see a few different right fielders moving around. De La Luna sometimes moving into that position. Sometimes it's Leia Gonzalez. But whenever Arce is not pitching, you can expect her to be at that fielder position. So versatile.
Swing and a miss. 2-2 count for the 9-hole bat. Jordan Arce over in right has a lot of speed out there, along with Watson and Del Toro. Make for a dangerous outfielding core. And one sent into the outfield. Del Toro coming over and making the easy play. So 1 out in the top of the second. Still no base runners for the Celts, but back to the top of the order. And the one who started it all, Rebecca Archibald. 1 for 1 today, singled back in the first inning. Not too long ago. First pitch from Bishop, rather. Lupien's the one on deck. And Jalen Simmons is in the hole right now. Once again, Tagawa playing very far in from second base. They're ready to pounce as soon as Archibald lays down a bunt, if she does. 0-1 pitch. Made contact. So 0-2 count. See if they change the shift. Looks like they are not going to. Tagawa is just as far in front as she was before.
Making almost a perfectly straight line from first to third.
And that one misses. A bit too high. 1-2 count.
Cam has definitely calmed down a little bit after that pretty rough first inning. We might be seeing her warmed up.
That one fouled on top of the Tiger dugout. Rolls off the roof. They get it back to Bishop. She resets for another 1-2 pitch.
With a big series like this, sometimes jitters could get in the way, and so now that Cam's gotten through that first inning, might be tightening up now and getting ready for it.
And Bishop loses her. Hit by pitch for Rebecca Archibald. Puts her speed on first yet again. And that one got to be frustrating for Bishop. At the batter in a good count, 1-2. And you lose her by hitting her. That brings up Lupien.
I think I'm going to blame myself for that one there with the commentator's curse saying that she's warmed up immediately before that pitch.
Lupien reached on a fielder's choice in the first. Shows bunt. Runner goes and no play. Too fast. Archibald at second base. But strike one to Lupien. She was successful in being as obstructive as possible to Peyton Bowser. Bunt laid down, but it is fair. They get the runner out at first. Good play by Peyton Bowser with the quick reaction time. With a fast runner like Lupien, it's always a play. And Lupien wanted that bunt to roll a bit more forward. But unfortunately for her, just ended up right back in the batter's box. So 2 outs in the top of the second. No sacrifice fly opportunity, but a runner in scoring position. As on that play, Archibald did advance to third. Strike 1 to Jalen Simmons. 0 for 1 today. Flew out to Jordan Williams on the little foul territory pop-up. Strike 2. The count in Bishop's favor right now.
Something that may be a benefit for Trinity, especially in terms of Cameron Bishop, is that St. Thomas only has 3 pitchers. All of them are righties, so they do not get a lot of looks against lefties often.
And up the middle, that will score Archibald. So Jalen Simmons with an RBI single.
RBI single for Jalen Simmons.
Just got it past the glove of Bishop, who tried to reach out for it,
Number 27,
but unable
Chloe
to.
Bennett.
See on the replay. Good piece of work by Jalen Simmons. Celts go up 4-0. 4 hits, 4 runs. Chloe Bennett, 1 for 1 today. Runner goes, the throw to second. And the throw on line, but just not in time. And Baltzel unable to glove it either, as it was a bouncer.
That the RBI hit there, it was a good pitch by Bishop. It just tagged the outside bit of the barrel. It's just that with the way that the defense was shifted, unable to do too much with it. And it's just one of those situations where if the defense was oriented maybe just a little bit differently, could have been a different story. But instead, St. Thomas taking a 4-0 lead.
Bennett now works with a runner in scoring position. And strike 1. Good pitch by Bishop. 2-1 count for the cleanup bat. The sophomore very much improving in her first year campaign. Up the middle, a base hit. That'll send Simmons home, and she's going to come in. A contested throw, but comes in to score, standing up all the same. And Bennett will head to second base. So an RBI double for Bennett as the Celts go up 5-0. As Bishop continues to get tagged by these Celt bats.
I think that Simmons wasn't expecting the play to be so close. You can see on the replay there, it was a great throw in by Watson. And
that's going to be it for Cameron Bishop. So the freshman only goes an inning and 2/3. And Josephine Colowine will come in to try and pick up the slack. Comes in with an inherited runner at her back in the form of Chloe Bennett. Will allow her to warm up. We'll take a break on the Tiger Network. And you see Colowine's ERA on your screen, 7.6. She'll look to lower it against a dangerous Celts offense. One that tagged 5 runs against Cameron Bishop. Strike 1 to Mallory Munson. Was hit by the pitch back in the first inning. 2 outs on the board. They just need 1 to push it to the bottom of the second. But a 1-1 count now.
Good pitch outside there, trying to get Munson to chase and just unable to do so there. Munson, one of the higher strikeout players on this team.
That one's a base hit. It's a sharp, quick one, and the throw to first is in time. And a sharp grounder over into right field. Line shot, just a bit too fast for her own good, though. And one thing that happens in softball that doesn't happen in baseball that often, a 9-3 putout. And that'll end the bottom of the second, or the top of the second inning. We head to the bottom of the second here on the Tiger Network. Due up, Marina De La Luna, Peyton Bowser, and Hayden Del Toro. Marina De La Luna leads off the Tigers in the bottom of the second. The senior looking to have as big of an impact as she had in yesterday's game.
De La Luna kind of breaking the slump that she was in over the course of the season so far. Had a very, very good performance. 2 for 2 last night, as well as getting an RBI double.
0-1 pitch. Misses. 1-1 count for the 6-hole bat, Marina De La Luna. One of 2 seniors in the batting order. The other one being Jordan Williams. That one up the middle. Base hit for Marina De La Luna as her bat continues to heat up. Leadoff hit for the Trinity Tigers as Peyton Bowser will come up to the dish.
It's something that we saw last season. De La Luna starting off very, very slowly, came into this series wearing a 122 a 122 batting average, but over the course of this series, she has really lit up, and with this being the second series of conference, no better time than now for her to really start kicking off.
1-0 pitch. Inside. Count ticks up to 2-0. Peyton Bowser playing the role of catcher today for the Tigers. Is also known to play third base. And a 3-0 count for the 7-hole bat. Some words of affirmation to Hughes from her infield. Hayden Del Toro waits on deck. That one put in for a strike. 3-1 count for Bowser. Ground ball right to Simmons. Throw to second in time. Throw to first over the first baseman's head, but it's going to be safe all the same for Peyton Bowser. So a great play by the hot corner.
Left fielder number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Cleanly fielding the ground ball to her. So runner still at first for the Tigers, but it is Peyton Bowser instead of Marina De La Luna. 1 out in the bottom of the second. Ball gets away from Bennett for a moment. Bowser doesn't go. 1-0 count for Hayden Del Toro.
And currently with St. Thomas leading 5-0, it is a very, very tense situation, or well, I wouldn't say tense, but It is definitely a situation where Trinity finds themselves on the back foot early, and a situation where Hughes doesn't really need to stress out too much, can definitely afford to ease off a little bit.
And 2-1 count for Hayden Del Toro. Aggressive bat, staying patient this time around. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball over to Gonzalez. Throw to second in time. No throw to first. So 2 outs, both via the Celts getting the leadoff runner.
Shortstop number 2, Angela Baltzel.
Now the 9-hole bat. Angela Baltzel will try to put a ball that gets out of the infield. The Celts have been enjoying those nice easy plays as they go the short way. Ball 1 to Baltzel.
The 9-hole spot is typically where you put one of your weaker batters, but Baltzel has been fantastic so far this season. .310 average coming into the series. Went 2 for 3 last night with a run and an RBI. And we know what she can do. She is incredibly clutch when needed, and this would be a big spot here for her to get the second base hit of the day for Trinity.
Now one over the glove. It's going to be a base hit. Runner goes to third. Del Toro slides in safe. So runners at the corners. Angela Baltzel getting it over the glove of Lupien. So 2 hits now for Trinity as they threaten to score yet again.
It was a good attempt there by Lupien. The ball just too far over her head, and that's exactly what Trinity needed here. And now with Tagawa coming up.
Strike 1 to Sammy. As the umpire remaining pitcher friendly. Another strong line shot. Foul into left field. Gets such good contact, just needs to time it up a bit better. So an 0-2 count for Tagawa. Baltzel at first. Del Toro at third. And that is a ground ball snagged. And they go the short way to get the out. Lupien over to Gonzalez to end the second inning. So the Tigers put runners in scoring position yet again. But yet again, they come up empty. We head to the third inning on the Tiger Network with Isabel Charles, Lindsey Gonzalez, and Gabby Davila up to bat when we come back after this short break. It's a 5-0 ball game here in San Antonio. Celts leading it and looking to put some more runs on the board. This time against Josephine Colowine. First pitch. In for strike 1. Colowine trying to be the catalyst for a comeback. Has to keep the Celts down and out. Charles waits the 0-1 pitch over the head of Bowser. Can't glove it, so 1-1 count.
Colowine against LaRoche in game number 1 did not start, but did have an appearance. Pitched in 2 innings during a 9-1 run rule game. It ended after 5 innings, and overall had a pretty good performance. Only 1 hit allowed during those 2 innings of work. That 1 hit did allow a run, but it was not earned.
And a little jammer over to Sammy Tagawa. Clean field. It gets it to Jordan Williams. First out of the top of the third.
Now batting to the Celts.
Lindsey
Shortstop number 31,
Gonzalez will
Lindsey
now step up to the plate.
Gonzalez.
0-for-1 today. The Celts have put runners on base in every inning so far. Pitch misses for ball 1. The Tigers have done the same, but the difference is the Celts have been able to score their base runners. The Tigers have not.
And that was something that really played them a lot last year. They had almost the same amount of hits that they had hits allowed. It's just that they were unable to get those base runners in. And it's something that they've done a little bit better in so far during 2024. But this game kind of maybe giving a little bit of flashbacks to last season.
Ground ball over the glove of Colowine. Can't get batted down by Tagawa. So, base runner on for
Now
St.
batting to the
Thomas.
Celts. First baseman number 5, Gabby Davila.
As the error by Tagawa will make it so Gabby Davila works with the base runner. First pitch. Ball 1. Davila 0-for-1 today. Struck out in the first. Gonzalez at first base. Next pitch misses. 2-0 count for Davila.
Davila last night 0 for 2 with a walk to her name. Was a lot more active defensively, of course, playing her first base position.
Sent out into left field. No play can be made. Del Toro was ranging over. But it'll be just a long strike 1 for Davila.
Angela Baltzl over there throwing the ball back into the diamond. She ranged over pretty far to help out her fellow sophomore over there.
Colowine. Runner to her left. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Now one Tagawa can't make the play, but quickly scooped up by RC after it got over the glove of Tagawa. Great small ball play by Davila.
Gabby Davila.
Just putting it right in to shallow right field.
Number 2,
So now 2 base runners on for the Celts, 1 in scoring position. Gonzalez stands on second base. Now for Moreno. Delaney Moreno. 0-for-1 today. But flashed, pulled back, and wisely for ball 1.
Moreno last night 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Did get a stolen base as she reached on, I believe, an error last night.
And that next pitch, no good. 2-0 count for Moreno. It's a 5-0 ball game. Next pitch from Colowine. 3-0 count for the 9-hole bat.
Colowine not really trying to allow this score to balloon out. St. Thomas already leading 5-0 here in the top of the 3rd inning.
Strike 1. As Moreno showed bunt again. Try to get that head start that you can in softball. Instead, 3-1, 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Fouled back. So Colowine has fought back to make it a full count AB. Couple practice swings from Moreno before stepping back into the batter's box. And that one gets down for a base hit, fielded cleanly by Del Toro. Now the bases are loaded with one out in the top of the third. That's just some great small ball by the Celts, something that was a bit of a struggle yesterday. Not a problem today. And they will pass it on to Rebecca Archibald.
A very, very smart hit there by Delaney Moreno. Just not trying to do too much with it, not trying to send it or let it be an infield dribbler that may have been a double play. And overall, a very, very smart change for St. Thomas's. There's a substitution coming in. Isabella Hernandez going to be getting the pinch hitter spot in exchange for Archibald.
Meeting at the circle is adjourned. Miguel's looking to go with more of a power bat than Archibald's speed. Because that speed is more effective when the bases are pretty much in any situation other than being loaded. Because a grounder would be thrown home immediately. First pitch too low, ball one. Colowine struggling with the command.
Hernandez, the 5'5" sophomore out of San Antonio, Texas, batting .333 so far this season.
And that pitch too high. So a 2-0 count for Hernandez against Colowine.
6 at-bats in 6 appearances. And 2 hits on those 6 at-bats.
Still nothing doing there. Colowine, a walk would drive in a run. Trying not to do that. Lupien on deck for the Celts. Able to get that one in there for a strike. So a 3-1 count for Hernandez. Colowine has to fight back yet again. 1 out. Double play opportunity. The pitch. That one fouled off. So 3-2 count. Bases loaded. The count is juiced.
Colowine doing a really good job here to get the count back to full after going down 3-0. We'll see where she decides to attack here on the 3-2. Definitely hoping not to send this one into the outfield, as it would score at least 1.
Payoff pitch. Grounded foul. Hernandez just wanting to touch that one and stay alive at least. No sense in risking a ball where the umpire has called a pitch like that a strike earlier in this game.
Hernandez pinch hit last night as well. Did go 1 for 1.
The pitch. Ground ball. Throw to home in time. So they take the force out at the plate. 2 outs here in the top of the third. Base is still loaded, but able to induce the ground ball and deciding not to throw it to first. So still in the top of the third. Colowine now having to work against Lupien. Reach on a fielder's choice in the first, sacrificed in the second to advance the runner.
Looks like there's been another substitution here. I believe that they're putting Archibald back in at first.
First pitch misses for ball 1. And it does look like Archibald has rechecked in for the Celts. Her speed valuable on the base paths. That one foul tipped back, 1-1 count.
Columbine, despite having the bases loaded here, is doing a really good job of obviously staying calm and hasn't allowed it to get away from her yet.
That pitch in for strike 2. Lupien will have to reassess her approach. Davia at third, Moreno at second, Archibald at first. 1-2 count pitch. Misses outside. So 2's on the board. Colowine trying to get out of the jam. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Colowine strikes out Lupien. And there will be no damage done in the top of the third as the Celts strand the bases loaded. We head to the bottom of the frame. Sydney Watson, Hannah Boudreau, Jordan Williams will try and get the first run of the game for the Tigers, as they are still down 5-0 heading into the bottom of the third frame. Sydney Watson leads things off for the Tigers in the bottom of the third. And Allison Hughes has not given up a run yet. She's been in some sticky situations, but has worked out of them. Watson, 0 for 0. Dropped a sacrifice bunt back in the first inning. Takes pitch number 1 for strike number 1 for Hughes in the bottom of the third.
A very smart sacrifice play there by Watson, but Coach Wittenauer and Trinity.
Grounded right to Gonzalez. Throw to first in time. Quick out number 1 for the Tigers as Watson is retired. And that'll bring up Hannah Boudreau as the Tigers need to drive runners in. And that ball just not finding the gap as it had been for Watson as of late. First pitch in for strike 1. Take strike 1 high and inside.
Whenever we were talking with Coach Wittenauer about Hannah Boudreau, she mentioned that Hannah is
popped over into right field, but off the foul netting. So 0-2 count for Boudreau.
Hannah is really a player who you want to have the bat in her hands with runners on base. Very, very Jordan Williams-like. Of course, Williams being next up to bat on deck, but the two just so incredible with the bats in their hands, particularly in situations where they need to bring in runs. But at the moment, Boudreau just hoping to get on base and maybe get a rally started here with Trinity down 5-0 in the bottom of the third.
Another pop fly. That one won't stay in play. Through the trees and on the ground. 1-2 count will happen again. One-two count, 1 out. The bottom of the third. And caught looking. Hughes sends Boudreau back to the dugout with a strikeout. So now 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Jordan Williams, clean up bat. trying to prevent the 1-2-3 inning from happening. But Hughes now pitching very well. Ball one. That one was too high for the cleanup bat.
It was a great pitch there to catch Boudreaux looking a little bit of off speed, has some movement to it, and
Fouled back, 1-1 count. Hughes continues to deal. Just no traffic on the base paths right now for her. Ground ball. And a liner right to Davia. And that'll be the end of the third inning. Tigers go 3 up, 3 down. There's frustration on the faces of the Tiger bats. They are unable to place any base runners here in the third inning. We head to the top of the fourth. Tigers still trail 5-0 here in game 2 of this series.
Third baseman number 6, Jalen
Colowine
Simmons.
looking to put another goose egg on the board. Jalen Simmons leads things off for the Celts. RBI single back in the second. First pitch. Misses for ball one. That's Colowine. Has given nearly every batter the early advantage. Next pitch misses the zone. 2-0 count for Simmons. Chloe Bennett on deck and Mallory Munson in the hole.
Colowine doing a great job here, not really.
Ground ball right to Williams. Snags it, steps on first base. Unassisted play for Jordan Williams. One out quickly in the top of the fourth.
Now batting to the count.
Doing a great job, not really letting the situation get away from her. She knows that she's down, of course trailing 5-0 at the moment, but during the last inning, with those bases loaded, she was in 2 bases loaded at bats and managed to get out of it without surrendering a run, and she has definitely been good here so far in her relief efforts.
Strike one to Chloe Bennett. 0-1 pitch. Strike two to Chloe Bennett. Dangerous bat for the Celts. 2 for 2 today. 2 singles, 1 for an RBI. Looking to do more damage with the stick. The 0-2 pitch. Had a very sharp liner foul into the netting of the Celt dugout. See the strength of Chloe Bennett there.
Bennett leads the team in terms of home runs so far this season, not just this season, but last season as well. Had 4 last year and 4 this year.
Put out into right field, ranging back over the head of RC. Misjudged it, and Bennett will have a double. Goes to third, so a triple for Chloe Bennett. As the misjudgment by RC will lead to a triple with 1 out on the board.
RC thought that it was going in and started running forward, but then quickly realized and just wasn't able to make that correction in time. So a little bit of a misjudgment there. Don't think that the wind was too much of a factor, as the flag looked pretty limp there on that replay. But it could have maybe caught it. But a very unfortunate triple there, as Colorwine has been in a pretty good rhythm so far. Only 2 hits allowed up to that point. And the third hit being a triple.
1-1 count for Munson. You got to see Bennett's speed there. Able to leg it out over to third base. A special player for the Celts, to be sure. Strike 2. So, Colorwine again ahead in the count. Just needing to put away Munson, take away the sacrifice fly opportunity. 1-2 pitch. Misses the zone. Evens the count up at 2-2. With Bennett's speed, anything to the outfield would send her home. Do have to be weary, as there are some strong arms out in the outfield for the Tigers. Strike 3 called. Munson goes down looking, and Colorwine takes away the sacrifice fly opportunity, as Isabel Charles will be taxed with driving in Bennett at third.
It's something that Colorwine is doing very well so far during her freshman campaign. She's not allowing the stress of the situation to get to her, staying very, very calm in the circle, and able to get a crucial strikeout there. Other pitchers might have been maybe a little bit scared, would have tried to go around the batter, especially after having just allowed a triple, but
ground ball. A little bobble, the throw to first in time. So the play by Marina Del Luna at the hot corner to get it over to Williams gets the Tigers out of another base runner in scoring position situation. We head to the bottom of the 4th frame. Celts still leading 5-0. The Tigers looking to pick up some momentum on the other side of the ball. Leading things off for the Tigers is Jordan Arce, as Allison Hughes still continuing a great day of work for herself. Arce struck out back in the 1st inning. Tigers looking to get anything going on offense and get a run in. Prevent the shutout. Try to drop the bunt, but instead up and over the catcher for strike 1. Here in the bottom of the 4th. A 1 pitch. That one popped up, but gets out of play. So foul ball. Bounces over the little wall into no man's land. So softball escapes captivity, and an 0-2 pitch will be on the way to Jordan RC. That one fouled off. RC staying alive.
Looked like that ball went in a little bit there and might have gotten a piece of RC. You could see her kind of flapping her wrist around there, trying to get some blood back into it.
Pitch misses for ball one. Good take by RC. 1-2 count. And the Celts trying to prevent the Tigers from scoring for a fourth consecutive inning, as the count goes to 2-2 after that pitch misses. Next pitch. Fouled off. RC putting up a good fight.
Great job there by Hughes, just going up and in there on RC. Maybe a bit of a protection swing there.
2-2 pitch. Misses. Full count for Jordan RC. She was down 0-2, now works her way into a full count. It's been a long AB. It's something that these Tigers excel at. That one fouled off, and the AB just continues to get longer.
Trinity trailing 5-0 here. I think that RC doesn't want to do too much with it, just get it into play or take a walk like that.
Walk drawn by RC, as there's a base runner in the bottom of the fourth. No outs on the board. Celts leading 5-0, and Marina De La Luna stepping up to the dish. Will try and dish out some punishment to Hughes. Runner thought about going, but strike one to De La Luna. RC stays back. Not the only action going on here at Trinity University. 0-1 pitch. Ground ball, and the throw to second, not in time. Tried to go the short way, but RC just too fast. It's going to be base runners on first and second with no outs. As RC took off, it was a hit and run.
Jordan RC leads the team in terms of stolen bases so far this season. And using that speed there, she got an early jump. I think it was supposed to be a stolen base, but then De La Luna swung on it, and it ended up being a close play at second. But either way, great job there by Jordan RC to now put 2 runners on with still 0 outs in this bottom of the 4th inning.
2-0 count for Peyton Bowser. Hughes struggling a little bit here in the bottom of the 4th. Put someone in for a called strike. 2-1 count, as the men's tennis team playing over at the tennis courts against nationally ranked Amherst College. They swept the doubles portion. Someone poked out into right field. No play able to be made, although Munson was ranging over. Of course, men's tennis beating the #1 team in the nation yesterday in Emory. So a lot of good things happening at Trinity University, as also Neely Burns being crowned a national champion for Trinity. That one is fouled back, 2-2 count. Still won the 400 individual medley at the NCAA championships. First time in about a decade that a swimmer for Trinity has brought home hardware. Too high. Full count for Peyton Bowser.
It's always good to bring some hardware back from your travels, but it's always just it's always just a little bit more special whenever that hardware is made out of gold.
And that one fouled off. Still a full count. And you know, Trinity as an athletics department has brought home plenty of conference championship trophies. Went to bring home a national championship trophy. I'm sure Burns feels very special about that. Last year she was runner-up at the national level. That one fouled off. Peyton Bowser staying alive. Burns is, of course, a sophomore. So 2 more years to go after 2 more trophies. Full count pitch again. A ball right to Simmons. And she chases down RC. A double play unassisted by Jalen Simmons at the hot corner. As the Tigers see their scoring potential go awry. Just an unfortunate play. But able to flash the leather was Jalen Simmons. Chased down Jordan RC on the base paths. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. As Carson Lee now works with only 1 base runner in Marina de la Luna. Strike 1. What looked to be a promising inning in the bottom of the 4th. Momentum coming to the Tiger side, ripped away by the 3rd baseman. 2 high, 1-1 count for Carson Lee.
Lee, of course, coming into pinch hit for Hayden Del Toro. It'll be very interesting to see what she can do here. Hasn't had as many looks as she did last season. Appeared in every game last year as a freshman, but has only appeared in 14 so far this season. Batting .206 on the season here in 2024, a bit down from her .319 average last year.
Strike 2 called, and 2's on the board for Carson Lee. The pitch is put out into right field, but foul out of play.
Lee, whenever I talked with her a couple of weeks ago before the break, she mentioned that she had been having some minor injury concerns throughout the season and hoping to get back into it here. Would be a big spot for her to get a hit. Only has 7 so far on the year, so number 8 would come in a pretty big spot. And trying to get a 2-out rally going.
Another ball poked foul and out of play. So the player that was originally out there to get the foul ball will just stay out there and collect it. But Carson Lee doing a great job in this AB. And the umpire has to get some more softballs. 2-2 count pitch again. That one into center field. It gets down. A base hit for Carson Lee as the runner heads over to 3rd. So Marina de la Luna makes it runners at the corners for the Tigers. As there were several Celts trying to make a play. Lupien and Gonzalez and Moreno. But none of them ending up with the ball in their glove.
Absolutely fantastic hit there by Carson Lee. Exactly what you wanted. And now looks like we are getting another change as Lee is going to come off. Del Toro going to come back on. And we're going to get a replay of that base hit there right back up the middle, almost perfectly up the middle. And Lupien dove for it, just unable to get there. And exactly perfect placement that you want from Carson Lee in that spot.
Angela Baltzel takes the first pitch for strike 1. Baltzel 1 for 1 today. And now a run will come in to score. And Lee and Del Toro is safe at first. So good base running by the Tigers. Scores the first run of the game. So a classic play. Distract the catcher by feigning the steal to second. And when the catcher has their back turned, nobody's covering home plate. And that one gets down for a base hit. So the Tigers are really starting to find their stride as Angela Baltzel gets one that careens off the glove of the shortstop. It's 5-1 in the bottom of the 4th. What looked like nearly a dead inning after the unassisted double play by Simmons as once again come to life.
That one just a bit too far out of reach there by Lindsay Gonzalez. Hit off the very end of her glove, and a kind of unfortunate situation there where St. Thomas has been super close both times and just unable to get there. And Trinity really taking advantage of some great offense here. Some very smart hitting, small ball coming into effect, not trying to send this one out to the wall or maybe even over the wall, just working with what they have. And speaking of smart small ball play, Samantha Tagawa up at the plate right now is one of the masters of that concept in particular.
0-2 pitch. Misses for ball 1. Tagawa has drawn a walk and reached on a fielder's choice in the second. A hit here would be big for the Tigers, undoubtedly. And that one misses the zone. 2's on the board for Sammy Tagawa.
Trinity working with a 2-out rally right now, hoping to keep it going with Tagawa.
The pitch. And that one came in on her. It's that one over the foul netting. And watch out over there on the tennis courts. And the ball makes its way under the roof. So Tagawa still working with Del Toro at second. Butzel at first. And now a full count for Samantha Tagawa.
Tagawa doing a great job of extending this at bat. Went down 1-2 and is now at 3-2.
And ball 4, Tagawa down in an 0-2 count. Draws the walk. What a play by the freshman. Sydney Watson now has the opportunity to do some damage, but a meeting in the circle for the Celts before the AB will happen.
We've got Coach Angela Frobes coming out to the circle for the meeting. And it doesn't look like it's going to be a substitution. She's just trying to calm down the infield at the moment. If it were to be a substitution, it is it's a very small rotation for St. Thomas. Only 3 pitchers. Of course, Hughes in the circle at the moment. Trott, who we saw end out game number 1, and Victoria Sossaman, who started game number 1 last night. So those are the 3 pitchers for St. Thomas, and not very much room to work with.
Put out into center field. Fielder trying to make a play, and does. Moreno lays out to make the grab, and the Tigers will only get 1 run in the 4th inning. Moreno had to cover a ton of ground, lay out for it. Taste the turf, and you'll be rewarded. It is 5-1 heading into the top of the 5th inning. So the Tigers get a run to prevent the shutout, but still trail by 4 runs. We'll take a break on the Tiger Network. Tigers able to scratch a run across the bottom of the 4th. And in the top of the 5th, it's Lindsay Gonzalez leading things off for St. Thomas. The reigning SCAC champions ahead 5-1 over the Tigers. And first pitch, a line shot that's going to get to the wall in right center field. Lindsey Gonzalez starts the inning off with a stand-up double.
That's a double for Lindsey Gonzalez.
Gonzalez batting .408 so far this season, went 4 for 8 against Austin College before spring break, and then last night went 0 for 1 with a couple of walks, so she was more patient during game number 1, but here in game number 2, she has been plenty potent.
And first pitch, another base hit. The runner will not come around to score, but runner going to second. So bases on, so runners on second and third for the Celts, as Gabby Davia just takes the first thing she sees and puts it out into the outfield.
And now we're getting movement in the Trinity dugout. Looks like Heather Nugent going to be coming out here to take over for Colowine. That'll be the end of her day. Colowine ends the day 2 1/3 innings of work, 5 hits allowed, no runs allowed, with 2 strikeouts. But one of those 5 hits was a double, and and another was a triple. And after that big base hit, Trinity going to try to go with another freshman right-hander to attempt to prevent a rally.
We'll take a break on the Tiger Network as she gets warmed up. Just as the Celts were trying to figure out Colowine, Tigers put in Nugent. Moreno will be the first one to get a look. Drops the bunt. Throw to first in time. Good job by De La Luna to check the runner back at third. So the bunt attempt to try and score a run, it goes awry. It'll be 1 out in the top of the 5th.
It was a good bit of work there by Colowine. Of course, Nugent coming in now. We've not seen too much of her so far this season. This will be only appearance number 5 of the year. The last time that we saw her in action was against George Fox over in Georgetown back on March 2nd.
1-1 count for Rebecca Archibald. Single. The first got hit by the pitch in the second. Pinch hit 4. When she would have come up next. Strike 2. Great breaking ball by Nugent. 1-2 count for Archibald. 1 out in the top of the 5th. That one. Short liner gets over Baltzel. 1 run will come in to score. And the runner goes to second and will be safe. So runner still on at second and third for the Celts. But make it 6-1. It's an 11-hit day for St. Thomas.
St. Thomas is really rolling right now, and they are a big offensive team, averaging about 9 hits per game, 7 runs per game, and they are really showcasing their offensive skill here, leading 6-1 over the Trinity Tigers, who themselves are not really strangers to high-scoring games.
Number 18, Celeste Luna.
Pinch hitter for the Celts, Celeste Luna. Steps out of the box for a moment as the umpire has to look at the jersey number. Good Frobes and the umpire making sure everything is okay. And I think Coach Frobes may have accidentally said the wrong number as she kind of made the indication of, yeah, that's my bad. Now everything is all square.
Luna so far this season coming in with a 278 batting average in her 10 appearances so far this year. The 5'5" sophomore out of Pearland, Texas.
First pitch. Misses for ball one. Celeste takes a practice swing. She'll try to platform her way onto the base paths. With Davia at third and Archibald at second. Up the middle, right back to Nugent. Nugent checks the runners, but doesn't throw it anywhere. So bases are loaded now. As Nugent felt as if she didn't have a play anywhere without allowing Davia to score.
Smart move there by Nugent to check the runner, and especially after wearing that one on the ankle. Good job there, not allowing the hit by hit to really affect her decision making.
Strike one to Jalen Simmons. The 3-hole bat, 1 for 3 today. The hit, a single back in the second inning for an RBI. That one misses for ball one. 1-1 count, 1 out. The top of the fifth. Tigers trying to limit the damage yet again. They've had to dig deep into the bullpen. Strike two. Jalen Simmons looking to drive in more runs, put the game out of reach. If they were to go up 9-1, it'd be in run rule territory. Ground ball right to De La Luna. The throw to home in time. So Tigers take the out at the plate. 2 outs in the top of the fifth. The strong throw by Marina De La Luna. Able to nab Davia as the wind blows into our press box. Jack Breezy ain't here, but it is breezy here at the softball field. Now liner foul. You can catch baseball over in Kerrville, where maybe Breezy will make an appearance.
Trinity winning yesterday. You actually got to go over to that game, didn't you, Reed?
I did go over and watch the Tigers beat the Mountaineers. Christian Holloway hit a bomb. Ground ball to Baltzel. The throw over to first in time. And the dangerous cleanup bat of Chloe Bennett. Retired to end the top of the fifth. Bases stranded yet again for the Celts. Head to the bottom of the frame on the Tiger Network. Hannah Boudreau will try and get something going for the Tigers. They trail by 5 runs yet again. Boudreau has walked and struck out looking as he was looking to go the distance against Trinity. First pitch taken inside for ball 1. The 1-0 count.
Boudreau so far this season has been one of the strongest hitters on this team, and
Jam shot over, and the catch made by Jalen Simmons. What can she not do? The hot corner has made so many great defensive plays. And robbing an extra pitch from Boudreau. She gets retired, and now Jordan Williams will work with 1 out on the board.
fantastic job there by Simmons at her position. Had to make a difficult play there, looking up at the ball, sort of into the sun a little bit as it's gone from the east and now passed over into the west just a little bit here, almost directly overhead here in San Antonio at about 1:30 here in the afternoon.
Williams drives that one out into center field, taken in easily by Moreno. So 2 quick outs in the bottom of the 5th. Trinity had a ton of momentum back in the bottom of the 4th, but seemingly non-existent here. Jordan Arce will try and get a 2-out rally going. A strikeout and a walk in her stat sheet right now. Ball 1.
Hughes still in this game, the starter from this game.
That one popped up. Easy inning. Oh, and a collision between Arce and Lupien. And Lupien is still down on the field.
Looks like Arce was trying to round for 2 there and then ended up maybe slipping on the bag. Ended up tripping up Lupien.
Lupien is up. That is good to see. And we will head to the 6th inning as Arce was retired by the catch from Lupien. And Munson will face Nugent here in the top of the 6th to lead things off for St. Thomas. The Celts still up 6-1. They would appreciate some insurance. Munson skies that one foul.
Nugent still in this game here. The freshman out of Huntington Beach, California. 3.50 ERA so far this season.
That one out into shallow right, and almost made the play was Jordan Arce sliding in, but unable to. Ball hits the turf. Base hit for Mallory Munson.
Looking at it there, looks like it just hit the ground before RC was able to get there. Hence the bobble on the dirt, but still a fantastic attempt there by the two-way player.
Now batting for
A
the
pinch
Celts.
runner
Next
for
batter,
the
player number
Celts.
21, Isabel Charles.
Looking at it, it looks like it's either Taylor Hollins. I think it is Taylor Hollins. Hard to see with the hair covering the jersey number, but I'm pretty sure that's a 2.
Does look like Hollins.
Fouled back for an 0-1 count as Isabel Charles will foul that one. So pinch runner for St. Thomas. They want some more speed. Runner goes, the bunt laid down. Throw to first, not in time. So a base hit will make it a runner in scoring position as the Celts still roll on offense.
St. Thomas wearing the all-white uniforms here today with the yellow numbering, the gold UST across their chest, the UST highlighted in the middle of the red Houston. Of course, Houston being where St. Thomas is. A nice little nod to their hometown.
Hollins at second, Charles at first. Gonzalez at the plate. Ground ball foul. No 2 count for Gonzalez. As the Tigers try to find the first out. Finding outs has been a struggle all game.
St. Thomas looking to extend their lead here, perhaps get into run rule territory. 5 of their wins so far this season have come via the run rule. So over half of their, or so exactly half of their wins so far this year have come by at least 8 or more runs, a very impressive statistic for the team, who sits at 10-7 on the year so far, hoping to make it 11-7 if they can just close out the final 2 innings here.
Ground ball to De La Luna, keeps it fair. And no, they're going to wave it off as foul. Thought De La Luna fielded it in fair territory, but home plate umpire disagrees.
Looks like it might have just gone foul on that final bounce. And that's what the umpire was looking at here. We're going to get a replay of it, and it looks like it might have just gotten the line.
Ground ball snagged by Baltzel. The throw to first is not in time, but a double play turned by the Tigers as Baltzel. Great defensive play.
Another unassisted double play by a defense. St. Thomas got one earlier on in this game. Angela Baltzel getting one for herself now in this one. And it could have been a triple play there if Charles had not been able to get back to the bag in time. But instead, it's now 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning.
A triple play is exceedingly rare in softball. Almost happening there. Strike 1 to Davia. Would have seen a triple play on this field. I've never seen that happen before. Baltzel, smart defender. Popped up, Baltzel ranging back, making the catch. Baltzel gets all 3 outs to herself as we head to the bottom of the 6th frame on the Tiger Network.
Third baseman number 17.
Marina De La Luna starts things off for the Tigers in the bottom of the 6th, down by 5. And ball 1 taken by the 6-hole bat.
De La Luna so far today, 1 for 2 in the game so far. Reached in the 4th on a fielder's choice and got a single in the 2nd. And she is really doing a good job of warming up after a pretty much season-long cold streak. Led the team in terms of home runs last season, but started off the year very cold. Only 7 hits to her name entering this series.
Checked the swing, but it was in for a strike anyways. Hughes trying to go the complete game. Poked and fouled down the right field line.
It would be the 3rd complete game of the season for Hughes. Getting the sophomore out of Cypress, Texas. She's had 2 complete games so far this year and got the start in game number 2 against Austin.
That one fouled off.
During that start, she went 4 innings, allowed 4 hits, and 1 run. That one coming in a 10-1 victory in 5 innings.
Count evens up at 2-2 as that pitch was too low. De La Luna trying to find her way on base. Takes that one inside. Full count for De La Luna.
De La Luna, she doesn't have a very high strikeout number. Only 5 strikeouts in her 41 at-bats.
That one hits the ground before getting into Gonzalez's glove. The throw to first. And they're going to say safe as Davila had to jump and leap to get that ball.
We're going to get the replay here. The official is saying that Davila was off the bag. And it looks like she wasn't able to get that foot in time. And so De La Luna will stay at first. But again, it was just something that we've seen a lot so far this season. De La Luna not going down on strikeouts. She's able to make contact with the ball, just unable to get it past the fielders. It feels like a lot of the hits that she had, especially during the early part of the season, were sent straight to the shortstop, straight to first, straight to third, throw over, play made in time, despite kind of the sneaky fast speed that she has.
Coach Frobes comes out to have a word with the umpiring crew. They talk amongst themselves. And they're going to head over to the Tiger dugout. And they want to talk with the coaching staff over there now. Coach Cortina is coming out to talk.
Something very important to note, there is not a review here in softball like there is.
And they are going to overturn the call. Oh, no, they're not going to overturn the call. They are going to overturn the call. They have made 5 different signals, and they overturned the call. So De La Luna will be ruled out at first base. So after making 10 different calls, the one that does be true is the out call.
Very similar to that Packers-Seahawks playoff game many years ago with the replacement refs. One of them signaling touchdown, one of them signaling interception. Had 2 completely different calls there on the review.
1-1 count. I don't know if I've ever seen an ump go at a fan like that. 2-1 count for the Tiger bat. As Peyton Bowser trying to get anything going for the Tigers.
That one very far inside there on Bowser. Hughes not afraid to go in on some of these Trinity bats, and it isn't exactly the worst area to go in. Of course, inside you got to swing a lot earlier, and
Full count for Bowser.
anytime that you go inside, you could maybe end up rattling the psyche just a little bit. Maybe Hughes trying to do the same thing here.
Ground ball gets under the glove of Simmons. Probably the first play she hasn't been able to make today. So Peyton Bowser on first. No review needed for this one.
Now batting for the Tigers, left fielder number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Getting the replay in, I'm not sure. It doesn't look like Davila had her foot on the bag, but the ump may be saying that it was a tag instead. Of course, with Davila being in front of the bag, De La Luna having to move around a bit to get there.
And Del Toro down in an 0-2 count quick. She fouls that one off into right field.
Winds starting to pick up here in San Antonio as the clouds have started to come in just a little bit. It was cloudy earlier on in the morning, then cleared up just about 15 minutes or so before game time.
Now that one into right field. Easy play by Munson. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th.
And again, something that Del Toro has struggled with. Had a very good season last year, batted .265 last year, and .231 this year, so definitely above that 200 Mendoza line. But it's just been a season where it feels like certain bats, like De La Luna and Del Toro, have been making good contact. They just haven't been able to get it away from the fielders.
The most consistent bat of the day for the Tigers has been the 9-hole spot. Baltzel 2-2 today. Rips that one nearly for a base hit down the line. Just foul. Just foul. 2 singles is Baltzel's day so far.
Samantha Tagawa on deck at the moment. If she is able to come up here, she would be a definite big help for this Trinity team.
Ground ball over to first. End of the inning. Tigers can't put a run across. They'll have one more shot at it, but first the Celts will try and get some insurance. They're up 6-1 heading to the 7th.
Top of the 7th, leading off for St. Thomas.
Now,
Center fielder number 2,
Delaney Moreno leads off for the Celts here in the top of the 7th. 1 pitch, pop fly. Baltzel has now retired 4 batters in a row.
Baltzel has been great defensively so far this season.
Rebecca Archibald.
Of course, one issue with being at that shortstop position, quite possibly the most difficult infield position, is that she does have a fairly high amount of errors, 6 so far this year, but has done good at avoiding them this year.
And the throw to first will miss Tagawa. Not quite the large frame that Jordan Williams has. So a bunt single for Rebecca Archibald.
Base hit for Rebecca
She
Archibald.
gets on base yet again.
I
Next
think
up at second
that
base, number
even
one,
if
Haley Lupien.
the throw was on line there, I don't think that it would have been enough to get Archibald because, again, she has such a massive threat with her speed. It's just something that this Trinity team is really struggling with.
Throw to second. And they don't get Archibald. Not a unsurprising outcome. It was certainly a better contested play at second base that time. But Tagawa unable to apply the tag.
It's going to be the second stolen base of the day for Archibald.
One count for Lupien.
And also just something to note, Archibald so far 3 for 3 on the day. This St. Thomas order has been very consistent as everybody except for the player currently up to plate, Lupien, has a hit so far in this one.
See if she changes that with the runner in scoring position. Ground ball over to Tagawa out at first base, but advances the runner. It's a 15-hit day for the Celt Bats. And Jalen Simmons with hit number 16 would drive in run number 7 undoubtedly.
Celts are doing really well, of course, so far this year, averaging about 9 hits per game. They've blown past that number. They blew past that number a couple of innings ago. And it's just been a day where the Trinity pitchers have been good. It's just been that these St. Thomas bats have been very, very hot.
2-0 count for Simmons.
And, of course, looking at some of the situations that these Trinity pitchers have been in, it's kind of surprising that the score is still only 6-0, considering that there have been numerous bases-loaded jams that Josephine Colowine got out of. Nugent, of course, a runner on third at the moment. She's put runners in scoring position already so far during her work, and it's just been a game where St. Thomas definitely could have put a lot more runs up on the board.
Ground ball snagged by Baltzel. Throw to first in time. No runs in the top of the 7th for the Celts, but they are leading 6-1.
For St. Thomas in the top of the 7th.
Tigers are going to need quite the comeback to walk this one off in the bottom of the 7th. But Samantha Tagawa, Sydney Watson, and Hannah Boudreau will try and get something going as we take a break on the Tiger Network. Samantha Tagawa, 2 walks today, reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd. Has to get something going for the Tigers. They can only afford 3 mistakes. 1-0 count for the leadoff bat.
Tagawa, 2 walks so far today, also reached on a fielder's choice, so technically 0 for 1, but has gotten on base during all 3 of her appearances.
And return to sender play. I don't think Tagawa meant to swing at that. Just a whoopsie swing right to Hughes. You know, it literally can't get any easier than that. Sydney Watson, 0 for 2 today. Another Tiger looking for their first hit.
It's just been a day that Trinity has really struggled to get a lot going. And Watson has been kind of the spark plug for this team in certain situations. Of course, she got a rally going against Howard Payne. Got rallies going against ETBU as well.
Ground ball over to the shortstop. Throw is made.
And unfortunately just unable to get the rally going there.
Designated player number 23, Hannah Boudreaux.
Now Hannah Boudreaux. Another Tiger who's 0 for 2. Drew a walk in the first, struck out looking, and flew out in foul territory. Tigers trying not to go out with a whimper, but 2 outs on the board. It's going to be quite the comeback if they are able to pull it off. And the final out is made by none other than Jalen Simmons.
No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left.
And that'll be the end of Game 2
Final score, game number 1.
of this series. The Tigers unable to get things going on offense. They lose to the Celts 6-1 in a 15-hit performance. And really just got away early, and the Tigers never able to truly recover from that 5-run deficit.
It was a very hot start for St. Thomas, a very slow start for Trinity, and ultimately it all came down to the work that Allison Hughes was able to do. A fantastic performance by the 5'10 Cypress sophomore, and a great bit of work to her resume as she goes the complete game. 7 innings of work for her overall. 5 hits allowed, 1 run allowed, that run being earned, picking up 2 strikeouts, but allowing 4 walks during the game after facing 30 batters.
It will be Bishop that takes the loss for this one, and Hughes going the whole 7 innings. Complete game win for her. We will take a 20 to 40 minute break between games as we get set up for the rubber match, as the winner of the series will be decided after the break. Stay tuned on the Tiger Network. As for everyone in the control room, Caleb Reed, I've been Reed Rosales for the Tiger Network. And don't turn the live stream off just yet.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to game number 3 of this SCAC tripleheader here in San Antonio, Texas. The Alamo City playing host to the St. Thomas Celts, traveling on the road to play your Trinity University Tigers. St. Thomas took game number 2 of the series, but Trinity took game number 1 last night. So the winner of this game will be the winner of this series, which has massive conference implications in the SCAC. My name is Caleb Reed, joined in the booth by Reed Rosales. And Reed, the previous game did not go the way that Trinity wanted. Last night it did not go the way that St. Thomas wanted. How are both of these teams going to be coming out here for the crucial game number 3?
Well, it's going to be an interesting matchup in the circle. Megan Krieshbaum getting the call for the start and going against Victoria Sossaman, which the Tigers started to hit really well yesterday. So I feel like what the Tigers are going to want is to hit Sossaman well again and hope that Krieshbaum can figure out the Celts' bats and keep them low scoring.
Sossaman started game number 1, but in the circle right now is Megan Krieshbaum, who has that one get away from Jordan Williams, back at catcher for this game. Krieshbaum was pivotal during game number 2 against La Roche in that non-conference doubleheader over spring break, towards the tail end of spring break. It was on the Friday of spring break, so about three or 4 days before classes resumed here at Trinity University. The delivery there on the 1-1. And it's going to be just a bit outside for ball number 2. Krieshbaum got the start and actually ended up going the complete game in 5 innings. A very impressive performance for the freshman, as that one is just a bit too far inside for ball 3. So the 3-1 here against Rebecca Archibald. Archibald, the sophomore out of Baytown, Texas, listed at 5'6" on the St. Thomas roster. That one in for strike number 2, so the count moves to full here on the massive speed threat. Archibald, during the most recent game between these two teams, which just ended a little bit ago, went 3 for 3 with an RBI. Also 2 stolen bases as she hits this one, and Bowser reaches over for it, unable to get it as it's foul.
It's an important tone setter. Archibald was able to pretty much take the base as she pleased. But for Krieshbaum, the increase in velo from Bishop and from Colowine, trying to mess up the timing for the Celt bats.
Krieshbaum, the fireball pitcher, ends up going a bit too far inside and nicking Archibald there, so it's going to be another hit by pitch. He was hit by a pitch during the first time up.
Second baseman number 2, Haley Lupian.
Or she was hit by a pitch earlier on in the game.
The umpires are going to discuss whether this actually came off of Archibald or if it came off her bat.
Considering that Archibald was also running for it, I think they might also be discussing whether or not she might have run into the pitch. Because, of course, being a lefty, you are allowed to move in the box before making the hit, and they are going to say that she's going to be taking that bag. So runner goes on. Archibald was hit by a pitch in game number 2, was not hit by a pitch in game number 1, so avoids 3 straight games with that tally. Up now is Haley Lupian, who sees this one go for a strike. Archibald electing not to run this one out, as Williams behind the plate doesn't have the strongest arm, but can definitely throw her out if she gets a good jump on it. Krieshbaum checking the wrist, now getting ready on the 0-1. Bunts this one, hit directly over the ball, so it's a double play! Fantastic defense. The Trinity defense showed out big in game number 2, and they show out again here to start game number 3.
Angela Botzel has been so good on defense, both in the previous game, and now starting off with the big double play there. Oh my goodness, Angela Baltzel, 2 outs on the board. It's incredible.
2 straight games with a double play for the sophomore out of Antioch, California. And a great tone setter for this Trinity defense as they go against a St. Thomas team that has plenty of firepower themselves. Krischbaum getting ready to deliver the 1-0. Swing and a miss for strike number 1 here on Jalen Simmons. Simmons, during game number 1 of this series, went 2 for 4, and then in the earlier game, went 1 for 5. Delivery shows bunt, lets it go, and they are going to say that she was unable to pull the bat back in time. So it's going to be a 2-strike count here for Krischbaum going up against Jalen Simmons. That's something that Krischbaum, using that increased velo, is able to do. Gives these Celts a little bit less time to pull the bat back here on 1-2. Unable to get the strikeout looking there as it's just a bit too low for ball 2. So count evens up. All 2s on that top row of the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. And so we'll see what Krischbaum elects to go with here. Swing and foul. Defensive alignment here for Trinity University. Del Toro in left, Watson in center, and Marina De La Luna playing out in right. Peyton Bowser at third, Baltzel, of course, at short, Tagawa at second. Carson Lee moves over to first to replace Jordan Williams, who is the catcher, and, of course, Megan Krischbaum, your pitcher, who's getting ready here on the 2-2-2. Wind and the delivery, swing and a miss, strike number 3. Krischbaum got her to go, and that is a good strikeout to end this top of the first inning for the Trinity Tigers. We are going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network before we get a look at the Trinity batting order coming up in just a few seconds. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University. You see the batting order for the Tigers on your screen at the moment, and leading off this bottom of the first inning is going to be Samantha Tagawa, followed up by Sydney Watson, Hannah Boudreau, Jordan Williams, Carson Lee, Marina De La Luna, Peyton Bowser, Hayden Del Toro, and Angela Baltzel, rounding out your starting 9 for the Trinity Tigers. But coming up first, Samantha Tagawa, the all-time single season leader in walks, and on pace to be dangerously close to already breaking the all-time career number for that category, as she's only a freshman out of Agoura Hills, California. Takes his first one for a strike. Pulls this one back just barely in time. High and inside there to even the count at 1-1.
And it's going to be an interesting factor because the Tigers, of course, have seen Sossaman in Game 1. So now getting a look in Game 3, we'll see how easy it'll be to come by hits for the Tigers, or if they're going to have to readjust after seeing Hughes for an entire 7 innings back in Game 2.
Swing and fouled off to the left. Tagawa got good contact on that one. And something interesting that talked about with Coach Wittenauer during our preparations for this one, particularly revolving around Tagawa, she likes to wait until later on in the count, often giving the pitcher a strike or two before actually even thinking about swinging. Decides to swing here, pops it over the glove of the first baseman. She is not going to round first, instead just going to stay there. But it is a good leadoff base hit for the Trinity Tigers to get the momentum started early.
And Sammy slapped that one. Oh, man, right into right field. Wisely not going for two. Base running mistakes have been a slight issue this season. But just such a smart freshman taking the bag.
Watson going to drop the bunt down. The throw over by Simmons is in time, but meanwhile, Tagawa going to move up to second. An exact repeat of what we saw in game number 2 as Tagawa got on base in the bottom of the first. Watson drops down the sacrifice bunt and moves Tagawa 60 feet up to second base. Coming up next is going to be Hannah Boudreau, the freshman out of Pearland, Texas at 5'7", the team leader in batting average at 409. 1029 OPS as well. A fantastic year for the freshman, who is one of the biggest bats on this team at the moment. Actually, the biggest bat on the team at the moment. And another one of her 10 doubles that she has had so far this year would be big, as this one off the glove of the second baseman. Tagawa's rounding third, going for home. Trinity taking a 1-0 lead early.
What a hit by Boudreau. So much power off the bat. You can't snag it. Lupian tried her best, but it went into center field anyways. Oh, man. First run for the Tigers in the bottom of the first. Scoring in the first inning, something that runs were hard to come by in the second game.
Absolutely fantastic work. Trinity has already tied the run total that they had over 7 innings during game number 2, and Trinity really going after the 5'7" freshman out of Cypress, Texas, Victoria Sossaman, who struggled during game number 1. Didn't struggle until the 4th inning, at which point Trinity scored 3, but it's a very young pitching staff, a very small pitching staff as well, as there are only 3 pitchers on this team, all of them right-handers, and none of them older than sophomores. So very, very big situation for Trinity to find themselves in, really attacking the young Sossaman here. And on 2-1, Williams is going to swing. This one's going to get down. It's going to be another base hit, as Boudreau decides to stay at second. So now 2 base runners on first and second for the Trinity Tigers early on.
And just keep it rolling, keep it rolling. The Tigers have strung together a couple of hits this inning. You know, like we said last game, offense was hard to come by in game 2, so a much more promising start for the Tigers here.
This one hit by Lee out into left field. Boudreau going to stay at third, and out she gets past the fielder. Boudreau's going to go home. Williams rounding third. She's going to go home as well. Trinity taking a 3-1 lead early. Absolutely fantastic work as Carson Lee takes advantage of the fielding error.
And you're going to see the attempted field just gets right through the arms of Archibald. She's been sound in the outfield, but that's going to go down as an error. A 3-run spot for the Tigers in the bottom of the first. They're so excited now.
And now we're getting a meeting out here in the circle. Coach coming out. It would be incredibly early for a pitching substitution if it does occur, but if it does, it would be really, really surprising, because Sossaman is actually the best pitcher on this Celts team. 4.47 ERA coming into this series, a 172 whip. And it just feels like the Trinity Tigers have gotten the better of her so far over the last 24 hours. And it looks like Sossaman will be staying in the circle. Sossaman with a 6-3 record on the year. Actually, it will remain at 6-3, as up now is Marina De La Luna.
And De Luna has really come to life here in this series against St. Thomas. One of the biggest conference series that Trinity's is going to have. So what a time to come alive.
Went 1 for 3 during the earlier game as this one is fouled off the netting. Went 1 for 3 during the earlier game here today and then went 2 for 2 last night. One of those hits being a double and bringing in an RBI. Also got a run herself during that big fourth inning. Swung on, hit right back over to Sauceman. Sauceman's going to toss it over to Davila at first, but meanwhile Lee will move 60 feet up to third. And so now a runner on third with 2 outs, and Peyton Bowser coming up to the plate.
Yeah, even though De Luna was thrown out at first, advance the runner. It's not a wasted AB, and now an opportunity to score for the Tigers.
Trinity so far today, 4 for 5 hitting. This one popped up by Bowser in the infield, and Gonzalez moves over to get the pop-up. And so that will be the end of the bottom of the first inning, but Trinity gets the damage started early. 4 hits, 3 runs scored by the Trinity Tigers here in the bottom of the first inning. We are going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network, and we will be back for the top of the second with St. Thomas hoping to respond after the early Trinity scoring. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales, the Reed and Reed Show, back here again after spring break. As we get a look at the St. Thomas batting order. And coming up in the 4 spot, Chloe Bennett, the catcher. Going to be followed up by Mallory Munson and Isabel Charles. This one hit out to right and looks like it's going to be foul. So it just goes over the fence. De La Luna ranging over to get it and unable to get there.
But you can see the power that Bennett possesses. She's left several parks around the state of Texas trying to add Trinity to her list.
Kirschbaum checking the wrist and now getting ready for the 0-1. This one a bit too high for ball number 1, so count evens up. You can see Bennett 4 home runs so far this season, but also have to take a note of that very impressive 442 average. And 442 with 52 at-bats, which leads the team in both those categories. Incredibly impressive and shows the threat level that she possesses with the bat in her hands. During game number 1, Bennett went 1 for 2 with a run. Also had a walk to her name as well. Kirschbaum getting ready on the 1-2. Swung on, hit out to left. Del Toro moving over, and Del Toro able to get this one into the glove. So nice and easy. A lot of velocity off of the bat, but unable to get it to drop. And you can see that was a rocket out to left, but Del Toro right there for the catch.
Yeah, very fortunate for the Tigers, because if that was a gapper, that would have gone all the way to the wall. And with Bennett's speed, like we saw in Game 2, she can turn it for a triple.
Kirschbaum getting ready on the 0-0. Swung on and fouled back by Mallory Munson. Munson, the senior, out of Danbury, Texas at 5'3", playing right field here today. Comes into this series with a .280 batting average. Went 1 for 7 against Austin. And during game number 2, Munson went 1 for 3. Went 1 for 4 in game number 1 of this triple-header series, that one hit being a double. Count is tied here at 1-1, 1 out here in the top of the second inning. Kirschbaum with the delivery is in for strike number 2.
You got to work on not losing the batter here. We saw with Bishop and Gallowine a couple of times, getting into good counts, but then just losing the bat.
Let's see what Kirschbaum delivers here on 1-2. This one is hit out to center field. Watson moving over and able to get the pop-up for the second out of the inning. So 2 very good defensive outs for the Trinity Tigers so far during this top of the second inning.
Limiting those ABs that the Celts have is going to be crucial. They got to the plate many times in game 2.
Kirschbaum getting ready to deliver. 0-0. Swung on and fouled back once again there by Isabel Charles. And you could see that flagpole in the background. Wind starting to pick up here in San Antonio. Clouds have mostly gone away for the most part. And I'd say that it's a partly cloudy day. Somewhere in between that mostly and partly cloudy range. This one is hit, popped up to Tagawa. Tagawa moving over, and Tagawa able to get the easy third out. So St. Thomas stays scoreless here. 2 goose eggs on that top row of the Trinity University scoreboard. And we will see what the Tigers are able to do whenever they get the bats in their hands, whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. Caleb Reed joined by Reed Rosales here as we get ready for the bottom of the second inning with Hayden Del Toro coming up to bat next. Del Toro, during the earlier game here today, had a kind of rough performance with the bat in her hand, 0 for 2 on the day so far during game number 1. So on the series, went 0 for 3 with a strikeout, but did have a run as she reached on a fielder's choice. Also had a stolen base as well. First pitch called strike. And so getting ready for the 0-1. Checks the swing. It's a bit too far outside for ball number 1. So count all even at 1-1. We've already gone through the Trinity offense and the Trinity offense and Trinity defense, as this one is swung on, fouled off Del Toro. We have not gone through the St. Thomas defense yet, so we're going to go through that now. Archibald playing out in left, Moreno in center, and Munson in right. Jalen Simmons going to be back at her third base spot, whereas Gonzalez stays at short. This one a bit too high for ball number 2, so count all even at 2-2. Simmons at third, Gonzalez at short, Haley Lupian at second, and Davila at first. Sossaman, of course, in the circle, pitching to Chloe Bennett. As this one's a bit too low, unable to compensate for the excellent framing that Bennett is able to do. As now we are at a 3-2 count. And it takes ball 4, so Del Toro gonna take the free bag. 60 feet to her right. And now brings up the shortstop, Angela Baltzel, the sophomore out of Antioch, California, who has played in every game so far this season and hoping to get a big base hit here to keep the momentum rolling. Swung on. Del Toro is going to go for it and able to get the stolen base. Del Toro picks up yet another stolen base on the season and on her career, using that speed to her advantage.
Classic play. Good job by Baltzel to kind of fall forward.
Takes this one a bit high for ball number 1. So count moves back to even at 1-1. Also, of course, none for none as the 9-hole hitter. This one is going to roll foul. Davila did not charge up on it and instead let it bounce foul, so the at-bat will continue. During game number 2, Balta went 2 for 3. So 2 singles to her name during the game earlier today. As this one is low and outside for ball number 2, so count back even at 2-all. During game number 1, Balta went 2 for 3 with a run and an RBI. Swung on, popped up in the infield as moving over is Lupien and able to get it for the first out of this bottom of the second inning.
Just swinging under it, easy infield fly to get for St. Thomas. Just what they needed.
Back up to the top of the order for the Trinity Tigers as Samantha Tagawa coming up to bat. 1 for 1 so far in the day after getting a single. Earlier on in this one, Tagawa, of course, the freshman out of Agora Hills, has done fantastic for herself so far during this season. She goes down early 0-2 after 2 straight foul balls. Of course, wearing the sleeves all the way pulled up to the shoulders. I believe the only player on the Trinity team to do so. And getting ready on the 0-2. Swings this one, pops it up in center field. Moving over, it drops. Miscommunication. El Toro's going to go for third. Throw not in time as Tagawa going to take a very short double. And a fantastic play by the Trinity Tigers as the runner moves up to third.
You can see on the replay there, 3 players there, none of them communicating and making the catch. Somebody needs to wave everyone off. It was a tough play anyways, but runners at the corners now, or not at the corners, second and third for the Tigers.
Watson pops this one up as it's going to go directly over to Gonzalez at short, so 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, and the sacrifice play now out of contention. But coming up is going to be Hannah Boudreau, the big freshman out of Pearland, Texas at 5'7", the designated player, and a player who loves to get big hits in big situations. 1 for 1 so far on the day for her as she singled in the first. And it was an RBI single. And we'll see what Sossaman can do here second time through. Swing and fouled back. So count moves back to even at 1-1. Boudreau leading the team in batting average so far this season as we get a look at Sossaman's work so far this year. Of course, that .454 ERA swung on and fouled back once again. Of course, that ERA took a big hit last night as Sossaman was taken out after just 3 2/3 innings of work and gave up 3 runs. Delivery swung on and fouled. It actually got a piece of Boudreau there, but it's going to be called foul. And trying to see what the call is now.
Looks like they're going to say strikeout swinging, but the ball, of course, not reaching Bennett's glove. So she just had to apply the tag, and she did.
So despite the big hits with runners on second and third, it's kind of a quiet end to the bottom of the second inning, as we will now go to the top of the third with Trinity hoping to keep the Celts off the boards here in the top of the third. We will take a quick little break, and we will be back with St. Thomas coming up to bat. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales here for game number 3 of this 3-game matchup between St. Thomas and Trinity University. St. Thomas traveling up from Houston, Texas. It's just about a 3-4 hour drive away. And St. Thomas took game number 2. Trinity took game number 1. The winner of this game will be the winner of the series. And we'll take a big step towards closing in on Texas Lutheran University out of Seguin in the battle for the SCAC. Swung on, hit directly over to Baltzel, who gets a quick first out to the inning. And a great job there by the sophomore out of Antioch.
Yeah, fortunate positioning. Just need to take 1 or 2 steps to get that line drive. Unfortunate for Gonzalez.
And now coming up to bat is going to be the first baseman, Gabby Davila, the junior, who is hoping to do some damage here. Comes into this series with 286 batting average. And there's some communication going on between the third base coach and the umpire before getting ready for Davila's at-bat. Davila 286 average coming into this one. Did not play in St. Thomas's most recent series against Austin College. That one, the conference opening series for St. Thomas. So they will have an unbroken conference record as their 2-game doubleheader series against Hardin Simmons that was planned for over spring break was canceled. Krishbaum with the delivery is just a bit too low and outside for ball number 2, so the 2-0 coming up.
You just got to remain focused if you're Krishbaum. Can't lose Davila here. Done so well so far.
Davila 2 for 6 so far during the series. Went 0 for 2 in game number 1. As this one is off the glove of Williams. Called strike as it was in the zone. So 2-1. Coming up to 2-1-1. Davila getting ready for this one again. Went 0 for 2 in game number 1 with a walk. And in game number 2, 2 for 4. This one well inside. But doesn't get a piece of her. Instead, it's just going to be called a ball and make it 3-1. Had a run off of that hit in game number 2. That hit being a double. As this one is popped out into left and foul.
Yeah, working with the full count. And just trying to continue the roll because right now it's been 7 up, 7 down for the Celts, trying to prevent 8 up, 8 down.
It has been a very, very hot start for Krishbaum and Trinity University so far. As this one is swung on and hit out into left once again. Archibald did reach on the hit by pitch, but then was taken off the boards by a fantastic double play by Angela Baltzel earlier on in the game, in the top of the first inning. So it has been 8 up, 8 down so far. This one hit through the infield. Baltzel dives for it, unable to get there, and so that will be the first base hit of the day for the St. Thomas Celts. As a great play there. Baltzel dove after it, just unable to get there. You can see it went underneath the glove, and a difficult play to make ends up resulting in a base hit for the St. Thomas Celts. Up to the plate now is Delaney Moreno. Moreno, the 5'5" junior out of Cypress, Texas. Swings through the 0-0. Stolen base. Slides off the bag. It's a caught stealing. Fantastic heads-up play by the freshman Degawa as Davila overshot the bag and ends up resulting in out number 2 here in the top of the 3rd.
A good slide, but maybe a bit too good. The turf does not catch the friction of the player. Just slides off. You're caught stealing.
Absolutely fantastic heads-up play there. As now up to bat is Delaney Moreno once again. 0-2 count here after swinging through that caught stealing. And now getting ready for the 0-2 is Kirschbaum. The wind and the delivery off speed, hit over to Baltzel. Baltzel cannot get there in time. Del Toro able to get it there. Very lucky there as they were pretty close together. Almost got past Del Toro, and if it had gotten past Del Toro, might have been the impetus that Moreno needed to go for 2, but instead held at first base and brings up Rebecca Archibald, the 5'6" sophomore out of Baytown, Texas, here with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning. Kirschbaum with the wind and the delivery lays down the bunt. The throw over to first in time. And that will be the end of the top of the 3rd inning. So 2 hits for St. Thomas, but no runs come across as Trinity maintains a 3-0 lead here heading into the bottom of the 3rd. We're going to take a quick break on the Trinity Tiger Network, and we will be right back after just a few seconds of warm-ups. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. Caleb Reed joined by Reed Rosales here, getting ready for the bottom of the 3rd inning as we get a look at the 4-hole hitter, Jordan Williams, who comes into this one, or who comes into this plate appearance 1 for 1 on the day and hoping to make that 2 for 2. She singled in the first. Takes his first pitch. Low and outside for a ball.
And the Tigers left runners on 2nd and 3rd last time out. Really looking to be more efficient with runners on the base paths this time.
Wind and the delivery hits this one out in the left and foul off the fence. Williams coming into this series with a 345 average, much better than her 298 from last season. Has improved her OPS as well, and one of the big turnarounds that she's made has actually been in the strikeout figures. Entering this series, only had 1 strikeout on the season after leading the team last year with 17. On the 1-1, pitch is just a bit too high, so it's going to be ball 2. The big turnaround, not just for Williams, but also for the rest of this team, of course, as they've improved in every single statistical category from their 2023 campaign.
Jordan Williams, the career leader in walks for the Tigers.
And adds on to it there. She flips the bat on ball number 4. And runner gets on for Carson Lee, who is also 1 for 1 on the day. Had a single during the first inning. And hoping to get a base hit here to move Williams up further. Checks the swing. It still ends up going off the bat and foul. Strasserman, the pitcher for the Celts, started game number 1 of this series, only lasted 3 2/3. A swing and a miss for strike number 2. Strasserman was pulled after 2/3 down in the 4th, and so far today is appearing to struggle a bit as well, having allowed 3 runs, the same amount of runs as she allowed last night.
Yeah, but that high strikeout count that she does have, she can generate them very easily. The Tigers got to stay on their toes.
Swung on by Lee, going out to left center, moving over and pulled in by Moreno. Throw over to second to Check Williams, and will allow St. Thomas their first out of this bottom of the third, with Marina De La Luna coming up to bat. De La Luna 0 for 1 on the day so far, as she takes this one for a ball high and outside. De La Luna has really had a big resurgence during this series, as she had struggled. Hit out into the outfield, and Moreno able to range over and get it. Fantastic work there. As that'll be a quick second out. Looked dangerous off the bat, but instead it will bring up Peyton Bowser here in the 7th spot. Pitches in for strike number 1 on Bowser. Bowser 0 for 1 on the day after popping out to Gonzalez at shortstop during her first plate appearance in the first inning. Swung on and strikes 2. And now Sossaman ahead of the batter here with 2 outs. Sossaman getting ready to deliver, just a bit too far outside, tried to get Bowser to chase, and unable to.
And I think you can see Sossaman getting much more comfortable in the circle.
The delivery, this one is hit and just missing the top wire there of that foul netting. Ends up going into the trees and into that no man's land area, where it will be picked up by one of the Trinity players or one of the St. Thomas players. Getting ready on the 1-2. Bit too far inside there, as Bowser has to lean out of the way. And now it is all 2s on that top row of the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs with a runner on first. Swung on, popped up, and moving over and able to get it is Davila to end the bottom of the 3rd inning. So no runners score for Trinity, but they maintain a 3-0 lead heading into the 4th inning. A very fast pace for game number 3. And we will see you all whenever we get to the top of the 4th here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network as we get ready for the top of the 4th inning. And leading off the top of the 4th inning is going to be Haley Lupien. Lupien, the sophomore out of Baytown, Texas, playing second base here today. .371 batting average coming into this series. Went 1 for 9 against Austin and is looking to improve her season totals here today. First pitch by Krishbaum in for a strike.
Now, 2nd time through the lineup. Krishbaum has been pitching well so far, but we'll see if St. Thomas is able to start catching up to her pitches now.
Krishbaum using that velocity, the righty with a cannon for an arm. This one is over the head of Baltzel, and so it'll get down for a base hit. And Lupien going to be getting her first base hit of the day, goes 1 for 2 so far. As coming up now is going to be Jalen Simmons. You can see on the replay there, just a bit too far over the head of the shortstop. Also, of course, at 5'3", so maybe a little bit difficult to get up and get some of those. But either way, brings up Jalen Simmons now. Simmons, the 5'6" junior out of Cyprus, playing third base here today, leads the team in terms of runs and doubles. Also very, very smart and selective with her at-bats as she leads the team in terms of walks. And being smart and selective here, she gets ahead 2-0. Williams thought about checking Lupien over at first. Lupien not really a base-stealing threat as she only has 3 on the season so far. Krishbaum with the wind and the delivery. Swings on this one, going out into right. De La Luna reaches up to grab it. Fantastic play by De La Luna. The throw in is in time! What a play by Marina De La Luna as Trinity getting another big double play. The defense has shown out here on Saturday afternoon as they get another double play.
Marina De La Luna, what can you say about her? I mean, that has to be one of the toughest catches I've ever seen by any player, by any team in that outfield. And then to cap it all off, it's a double play.
Absolutely fantastic. She typically plays at third, so she's used to close plays in the infield, but she gets a big one in the outfield there as Trinity now gets 2 outs in this top of the 4th inning, takes the runners off base. And now it's all up to Chloe Bennett to see what she can do with the bat in her hand. Goes ahead 2-0 early. And we will see where Krishbaum decides to attack here. Krishbaum so far 3 hits allowed, 1 strikeout. This one a bit too low. Has not walked a batter yet in her 12 batters faced. 3-0 coming up here for Bennett. The wind and the delivery is in for strike number 1. So Krishbaum stealing a strike there and getting ready for the hitter's count of 3-1.
And Bennett having to work with the bases empty. Cleanup hitter having to be the spark plug for the offense.
Krishbaum with the delivery is in for strike number 2. So count moves to full. Bennett stutter stepped there, expecting it to be a walk, but instead it will end up being a juiced count here. 3-2-2. And the payoff pitch inside for ball number 4. So Bennett taking a free base. Going to be Krishbaum's first walk of the afternoon. And brings up Mallory Munson. Munson, the senior, coming out of Danbury, Texas, playing right field here today. Krishbaum with the wind and the delivery is just a bit outside for ball number 1. This is a St. Thomas team which, with an error on the board at the moment, is kind of uncharacteristic for them. They're averaging less than an error per game. As the wind and the delivery is outside, trying to get the runner and unable to get the runner. Unsure why Williams decided to throw to first there. I think that she was expecting Bennett to try and go back, but Bennett just went ahead and committed to the steal lead, decided not to throw over, and it'll be a stolen base for Chloe Bennett. And so now getting ready on the 2-0 swing and foul tipped off. St. Thomas being road warriors so far this season with an 11-7 record on the year. 18 games played, 13 of them, this being the 14th game, been on the road. This one hit out into left field. It gets past El Toro. 1 run is going to come in to score as the ball bounces off the wall. Runner decides to stay at second, and so it's an RBI double for Mallory Munson to get the first run on the board for St. Thomas.
Yeah, great hit there. And Krishbaum now having a meeting in the circle, but still a great day for the freshman. That only 1 run allowed so far. Tigers just need to bounce back. Don't let that run get to them. They still have the lead and the upper hand.
Looks like it just took a bad bounce there for Del Toro as she was moving over to field it. But just going back to that road Warriors point, St. Thomas 14 games played on the road so far this season out of 19 total, so only 5 games played at home. Well, 3 games played at home, 2 games at a neutral site. And they will be hosting the next 2 series that they will play against Southwestern and the University of Dallas, both of those being conference series. On the 0-0, Krischbaum is a bit low for ball number 1. And Trinity, on the other hand, almost a complete reversal, as they have been incredible at home, playing a very home-heavy slate of games, as this one is hit directly to Tagawa, goes through the legs of Tagawa. Throw home is going to be offline. Williams loses the glove, and it is going to be another double for St. Thomas here, as it's actually going to be credited as an error, I believe. And so that will be another runner into scoring position, as now St. Thomas closes to within 1 run.
Yeah, that one just got right between the wickets of Tagawa. And that's a pretty routine ground ball that you have to have, and that allows a run to score.
This one is in for strike number 1. Trinity passed the halfway point of the season at the LaRoche series, coming into this game with a 16-8 record. Winding up on the 0-1 is just a bit outside for ball number 1. This count moves back to even here. Still 2 outs in this top of the 4th inning. St. Thomas has gotten a rally going. Wind up in the delivery. This one is hit and fouled off. St. Thomas avoiding the sweep with their win earlier today. Unfortunately means that Trinity will not be getting the sweep. Krischbaum checking the wrist before the 1-2. Swung on, hit out to left. Baltzell dives for it, unable to get it into the glove. 1 run is going to come across the score, and this is a tie ball game. St. Thomas with 3 runs here in the top of the 4th inning, as this one goes off the glove of Angela Baltzell, and St. Thomas ties this one up at 3.
Yeah, great piece of hitting. Kelts, all credit to them for tying it up here in the top of the 4th, and all with 2 outs on the board. It's been a 2-out rally the entire way.
Krischbaum checking the wrist once again before getting ready to serve a pitch up to Davila. Davila 1 for 1 on the day with a single in the 3rd inning. And so after almost going 9 up, 9 down, Krischbaum has had a very rough 4th inning. The wind and the delivery swung on, popped up into center. Watson moving over, and Watson able to get it to finally end this top of the 4th inning. But the damage has been done as St. Thomas ties this one up at 3-all. Trinity having to respond to whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. Here from San Antonio, Texas, as we get ready for the bottom of the fourth inning. And Hayden Del Toro going to be the leadoff here in the fourth. Walked in her first plate appearance in the second inning. And we'll see what she can do with the bat in her hand, as this game is tied at 3-all. Trinity took a 3-run bottom of the first, but then gave up 3 in the top of the fourth. And we'll see if Trinity is able to respond here. The team averaging about 5 runs per game, as a throw over is going to be in time. So first out, a very quick first out for St. Thomas, and brings up Angela Baltzel for her second time facing Victoria Sossaman.
That's the type of batter that Del Toro is. If there's anything in the zone, she's likely to try and take a swing at it. Unfortunately, it just led to an easy out.
This one gets the top part of the zone for strike number 1. Baltzel, again, 0 for 1 on the day. Popped out in her first plate appearance in the second. Swings at this one directly back to the shortstop, who cannot hang on to this one. Gets through and will put Baltzel on base. We'll see if they credit that as an error or a hit. But either way, it is going to be credited as an error. And it will bring up Samantha Tagawa, the freshman out of Agora Hills, who's 2 for 2 on the day so far. And a 3 for 3 spot here could send Baltzel home if it is far enough into the outfield. Baltzel with plenty of speed to her name.
And Tagawa maybe trying to atone for the fielding mistake.
Getting ready here on 0-1, takes strike number 2. And it's something that Coach Whitnauer was talking about. She typically gives pitchers a strike or two, not in order to be cocky or anything, but just because she wants the team to see as many pitches as possible. Really shows how good of a teammate she is and how smart she is as just a freshman. The delivery swung on, popped out into left center, moving over, and able to get it is Moreno. So Tagawa unable to go 3 for 3 on the day. And brings up Sydney Watson, who is 0 for 1 on the day. Had a sacrifice bunt in the first and then popped out in the second. And looking to get a rally of her own started here in the bottom of the fourth with 2 outs. Swung on, hit through the gap. This one is going to put Baltzel at least on third as she hangs on to the stop sign. Meanwhile, Watson going to go to second, and it will be a double for Sydney Watson.
A great piece of hitting there. Just getting it right under the glove of Gonzalez. Doesn't quite reach the wall, but still 2 runners in scoring position. Last time the Tigers had this situation, those runners were stranded. But now Boudreau will try her best to bring those runners in.
Boudreau going to try and make up for the strikeout in the second. Takes his first pitch for a strike. Boudreau, the team leader in so many offensive categories. Most at bats, highest batting average. Swings at this one, it's going to be foul.
Perhaps a fortunate foul ball because Simmons, with all likelihood, would have had that one.
We'll see where Sossaman decides to go here on the 0-2 against the dangerous Hannah Boudreau. So just a bit outside for ball number 1. Able to go against the excellent framing job that Bennett was able to do there. The delivery, swing and foul. Boudreau going to try and run it out and unable to do so. And so once again, a strikeout strands 2 runners on second and third and keeps this game tied at 3-all. St. Thomas going to try and break that deadlock whenever we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is a close one here from San Antonio. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network as we are going to take a look here at Delaney Moreno, the 5'5 junior out of Cypress, Texas, playing in center field here today and batting in the number 9 spot. Going up against Megan Krischbaum, Moreno 1 for 1 so far in the day with a single in the third. As she takes this first pitch for a ball. Moreno on the season coming into this game, 351 average, went 4 for 9 against Austin. The delivery swung on and fouled off. Moreno went 0 for 2 against Trinity in game number 1, and then in game number 2 went 1 for 4. So 1 for 6 on the series so far. 2 for 7 on the series so far. And trying to make it 3 for 8 here as she gets ready on the 1-1. Krischbaum with the delivery. This one fouled off. Krischbaum, as a freshman, of course, the big righty at 5'9", 256 ERA. One of the best on the team, but only 13.2 innings of work, as this one is hit right back over to Krischbaum, and the easy throw over to Lee gets the first out of this top of the 5th inning.
Always love a good return to center play. We're outside of the package center here at Trinity University, so very apt.
A very nice delivery there for Krischbaum as she sends it back over to Lee. First pitch is called ball. For ball number 1 against Rebecca Archibald. Archibald, the 5'6 sophomore out of Baytown, Texas, 0 for 1 so far in the day, was hit by a pitch in her first at-bat and grounded out in the third. This one called the ball as well for ball number 2. Bowser playing in. Everybody else back in mostly their normal positions. Carson Lee also playing a bit farther in. This one in for strike number 1.
They're just waiting for Archibald to lay down a bunt or any weak contact. Got to get the jump on her if you want to get her out.
Archibald, the big speed threat, swings through this one and fouls it off to level the count at 2-2. Here with 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Be a big spot here if Krischbaum is able to get Archibald to go. But we'll see where the freshman decides to go here. Wind and the delivery is a bit too far inside, so count moves up to full. Here with 3-2. Krischbaum again checking the wrist. The wind and the delivery. Swings at this one. Great defensive play by Peyton Bowser. Laid out for it and able to get a fantastic play to keep Archibald off the bases and get the second out of the inning for Trinity University.
Just laying out for it. The boss at third base. Not letting it go by. Stealing that hit. 2 outs on the board.
This one hit over to balls to the short. The throw over is in time. And the big defensive play by Bowser saves the inning for Trinity. As no runs, no hits, and no errors for the Tigers. 3 up, 3 down. And we will see what Trinity is able to do offensively whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University, getting ready for the bottom of the 5th inning here in the Alamo City, San Antonio, Texas. And it is a beautiful day for some Saturday afternoon softball. Mostly clear skies. Some clouds that rolled in during the later hours of yesterday, stuck around until this morning, but the wind has mostly blown them away. You can see them towards the top of your screens. But on screen right now, Jordan Williams, the powerful senior out of Clayton, California, hoping to do some damage with the bat in her hand, fouls this one off for strike number 2.
And then it really seems like St. Thomas wants to ride it out with Sossaman. Even after letting up those runs in the bottom of the 1st, she's been stellar ever since then. She's been in some tough situations, but she's gotten out of the jam every time.
Sossaman delivers on 0-2, a bit too far outside, so moves out to 1-2 now. The wind is blowing in from left as the delivery is high and inside on Williams to even the count at 2-2. All twos on the count. Still no outs in this bottom of the 5th inning, as Williams is the leadoff batter. The wind and the delivery is high and outside, so count moves to full at 3-2. Williams, of course, has done a great job of cutting down her strikeouts, but is also a great hitter as well. Kind of overshadowed by Boudreaux just a little bit, as this one is hit out into left, moving over, unable to get it as it goes off of the tip of the glove. Williams going to go for 2, slides and able to get there in time. So a double off of the glove of Gonzalez is able to put Jordan Williams on second here with no outs and bringing up Carson Lee to bat.
Yeah, you can see on the replay just the angle the ball took. It hit the ground, and although Gonzalez tried to lay out for it, and the bounce it took was just weird enough for Williams to go to second.
Lee showed bunt there, ended up missing it, and called strike 1. Looked a bit dangerous as she showed bunt, and it was a high and inside pitch that missed off the inside part of the bat. Sossaman delivers. This one popped up by Lee. A high pop-up into left. And moving over is Archibald. She uses that speed on the base pass, uses that speed in the field. And able to get over and get the first out of this bottom of the 5th. Brings up Marina De La Luna now. De La Luna 0 for 2 so far in the day. Grounded out and flew out. But De La Luna 2 for 2 during game number 1. And during game number 2, went 1 for 3. Getting ready here on 0-0. Pitches in for a strike.
It's a good opportunity for the Tigers. Probably their best opportunity to score a run with Williams on second.
Takes ball number 1. So count moves even at 1-1. All ones on that top row of the scoreboard. In fact, all ones in this situation. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out with runner number 1 of the inning on base. De La Luna takes ball number 2 to make it a 2-1 count. Getting 1 out here in this bottom of the 5th. De La Luna takes strike number 2. Nice little off-speed one that dropped into the zone. And that'll even the count up at 2-2. And De La Luna likely going to be swinging here. Swings this one and fouls it off. Out to the right side, so just got a little bit behind that one. Sossaman maybe getting a little bit of extra velo on that. And we'll see where Sossaman decides to go here on the 2-2 once again. De La Luna getting ready. Swings at this one, hit out into right field. Munson moves over and gets it. And Williams thought about going for it, but decides to stay at second. And so now with 2 outs, sac fly opportunity is now off the table. And Peyton Bowser going to need to get a base hit here if she wants Jordan Williams to break this 3-3 tie here in the bottom of the 5th. Delivery is in for a strike.
Yeah, and this bottom half of the order really has to step up. Combined, they're 0 for 8.
This one hit out into left, moving over is Archibald. It goes over the head of Archibald. Williams is going to score, and that will break the tie as Bowser able to get the RBI double. Her first hit of the game is a big one, as it now gives Trinity the 4-3 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And power fit for a Monarch as Bowser ripped that one over the head of Archibald, who was just ranging back and had to concede it to the wall. Big run scored by Trinity.
Del Toro now getting ready to get her 3rd plate appearance going. Walked in her first plate appearance in the 2nd inning and grounded out in the 4th. Hoping to do something here on the 0-1. Takes strike number 2. Leads the team in terms of strikeouts coming into this game, or coming into the series and into this game. And something that she'll be wanting to work on, especially with a runner on second. Takes this one outside for ball number 1. So count goes now to 1-2. Windup and the delivery. Hits this one out to second. The throw over is going to be in time, so that will be the end of the bottom of the 5th inning. But Trinity takes the lead by 1, leading 4-3 over the St. Thomas Celts. And we'll see if St. Thomas is able to do anything in the top of the 6th whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University. Caleb Reed joined by Reed Rosales here in the first series after spring break. Always good to be back on campus after a long break. And Reed, did you do anything fun over the break?
I stayed here and I called games, and that was enough fun for me.
Always good to get a break from classes for sure. As one of the players who got a break from classes, Megan Krischbaum, delivers this first pitch for a strike.
And I got to call games with our ever-present Josh Machugemba. Big shout-out to him.
And there were some good games, too. I got to watch them on a pretty long drive out from, of course, here in San Antonio, but got to go out to Albuquerque for a few days. It was pretty fun. The drive was definitely livened up by your commentary for sure, and it's always good to listen to some Trinity wins for sure. This one is a bit high for ball number 1.
Right now, just trying to keep another 0 on the scoreboard for St. Thomas is Krischbaum.
Getting ready on the 1-2. Checked the swing. Did not go around, and so count evens up at 2-2. Krischbaum tried to get her to chase there and almost did so, but instead it'll even the count at 2-2. Wind up in the delivery, hits this one out into right and foul off the net. De Luna going to move over to get it.
Grieshbaum has done a good job thus far. Really, those runs that came in to score, all because of Tiger errors. Grieshbaum has no earned runs against her.
Something very big to note here. Trinity unable to pull this one off. The errors proving costly as this one goes through the netting. Ends up in the area with the fans as it just hit that tiny little gap in between the brick wall and the foul netting. Grieshbaum getting ready here to deliver on 2-2. In for strike number 3. Got her looking as Simmons goes down for her second strikeout of the day. Grieshbaum gets her second of the day as well and brings up Chloe Bennett with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning.
Now, if you're Grieshbaum, ideally, that's the last time you want to see Jalen Simmons step up to the plate. She's trying to complete her business here.
Bennett swings at the first pitch as it's fouled off the netting.
And of course, Bennett is another batter you'd rather not see at the plate again.
Bennett so far today 0 for 1, reached on a walk in the 4th. During game number 1 and 2, she was also pretty dangerous. 1 for 2 in game number 1 as she hits this one deep into right center field. It's going to bounce off the warning track, off the wall, off the top lip of the wall there. Almost a ground rule double, but instead it's just a stand-up double for Chloe Bennett. Bennett getting yet another double on the season. Make that 6 on the year for her so far. And continues a strong season of work with her .442 average.
And that's the reason why you don't want to see her at the plate again, because she can do stuff like that. Kelts, great opportunity to tie this game back up.
Munson, the senior, here 1 for 2 so far today, swings through the first pitch to make it 0-1. Flew out in the second and got a single in the 4th. Bennett on second. No defensive changes for Trinity so far. This one hit directly over to Bowser. Bowser checks the runner at second to throw over in time, but meanwhile, Bennett going to move 60 feet up to third. And so I believe it's going to be marked as a sacrifice hit as Munson goes down, but Bennett moves to third. And we will see what Isabel Charles is able to do. Charles, the sophomore out of Houston, Texas, the designated player here for this game. Grieshbaum winds and delivers on the 0-0, and a bit too low there for ball number 1.
Great job by Jordan Williams keeping that ball in front of her, because of course if that ball gets away, Bennett will come home to score.
Grieshbaum wiping off her hand and getting ready for 1-0. Wind and the delivery. This one is hit over to the dugout netting. Coach Robe's there trying to hang on to that one. Now we'll see where Grieshbaum decides to go here on the 1-1. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. And Grieshbaum potentially going to be able to get out of this jam with the runner on third, as she's got Charles chasing. Charles 6 strikeouts on the year, hoping to avoid number 7. Swing and a miss, strike number 3. Grieshbaum able to get out of the jam and keep the 1-run lead for Trinity, as now the Tigers will get the bats back in their hands whenever we come back, getting ready for the bottom of the 6th. Getting ready for the bottom of the sixth, and potentially the final time that we will see the Trinity Bats here on the Trinity Tiger Network. And leading off in the bottom of the sixth is the shortstop Angela Baltzel, the sophomore out of Antioch, California. Getting ready for her third plate appearance of the day. This one a bit inside for ball number one. Looked very close to hitting her, but able to avoid the hit by pitch there. This one in for strike, so count even up at 1-1.
Yeah, the Tigers looking for some insurance runs. Whether they get that insurance or not will be important.
This one fouled off with some pretty weak contact, so 1-2. It's going to be Baltzel, then Tagawa, Watson, and potentially Boudreau if one of those next three is able to get a hit. This one hit out into left center. Moving over is Moreno, and able to get that one, which looked like it was going to drop, but I think it got carried by the wind a little bit there, as it will bring up Samantha Tagawa for her fourth plate appearance of the day. 2 for 3 so far. Started off the day with 2 hits, a single in the first and a single in the second, before flying out in the fourth. This one in for strike number 1. Tagawa, of course, the single season leader in walks, shattered the record. As this one is hit directly over to Gonzalez. The throw over is going to be in time for a quick second out. And Trinity already down to 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brings up the center fielder, Sydney Watson, who comes into this series with a .303 average. Went 5 for 6 against LaRoche and is 1 for 2 so far in the day after dropping a sacrifice bunt, popping out and getting a single. That single coming in the 4th.
And then a shout out to Davia over at first base. It's been a tough day at the office. Not every throw has been particularly good to her, but she's been able to pick a lot of great throws.
This hit directly over to Moreno in second, so a 1-2-3 inning for St. Thomas, and they will get the bats in their hands, trying to potentially break this lead that Trinity has. It's a slim lead, 3-4, and they will hope to either tie or take the lead when we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University as we get ready for the start of the top of the 7th inning. Looking around, there has been a substitution as Leia Gonzalez has come into left field for Hayden Del Toro. But no substitution in the circle. So Krishbaum potentially going to be finishing this one out, and she will be starting off against Lindsay Gonzalez, a 5'5" junior out of Huffman, Texas. Getting ready here, and this one just a bit too far outside. So count evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, Krishbaum has pitched very well so far. Just looking to close it out now.
1 for 2 on the day so far for Gonzalez, as you can see on your screen, with her .393 average on the season. Had a single in the fourth, but lined out in the third. That single in the fourth did bring in a run. And on the 1-2, just a bit too high, so count is all even at 2-2. 6 hits for the Celts, 8 hits for the Tigers, both teams with 2 errors. Krischbaum winds and delivers. Swung on out to right field and going to drop foul. This is the final game of this 3-game series. And what a 3-game series it has been. As Trinity won game number 1 4-3. St. Thomas lost, or St. Thomas then won game number 2 6-1. As this one is hit through the gap between third and second. Balsall tried to go after it, but unable to as Gonzalez throws this one in. It'll be a base hit for Gonzalez and brings up Gabby Davila, the junior, out of Danbury, Texas.
Yeah, and for Davila, maybe I wonder how conservative St. Thomas will play if they're content to tie, if they're going to try and take the lead.
Davila, the first base, getting ready for this one. Swung and fouled off.
And that was a great piece of hitting by Gonzalez, just staying alive. You only have 3 mistakes you can afford to make.
After this one, Trinity going to take a road series as they will go to the University of Dallas next weekend. Wind and the delivery is just a bit outside for ball number 1, so count back to even once again. Meanwhile, for St. Thomas, they are going to host their first home conference series of the season. As Krischbaum getting ready here on the 1-1. High and outside for ball number 2. They're going to be hosting their first series of conference play against Southwestern. And then the week after, they will have another 3-game series against the University of Dallas. Krischbaum delivers this one, and it's fouled off, so count back to even at 2-2. Here was still no outs in the top of the 7th inning. Krischbaum hoping to go the whole way.
And out here would be crucial. Double play on the board is a potential opportunity for the Tigers.
Krischbaum getting ready here on 2-2. Swung on, hit out to left. Gonzalez lets it drop. It goes off the glove of Gonzalez. And so that will be a base hit that puts 2 runners on. Leia Gonzalez unable to make the play that lets Lindsey Gonzalez move up to second.
I'm just wondering about the substitution now.
And now looks like we're going to be getting a stoppage in action here as Hayden Del Toro has come back in for Gonzalez. Wanting to use that speed a little bit in the outfield, and looks like we are going to be getting a substitution at pitcher as Krischbaum unable to go the full distance. Jordan Arcee going to be coming into this one. She started game number 1 and went the full 7. Krischbaum leaves after 6 innings of work, 8 hits allowed, 3 runs allowed, and 1 walk to 3 strikeouts. And now we're going to get a look at Jordan Arcee during her warm-ups, a 3.39 ERA coming into this series. We'll see what she can do with 2 runners on and no outs whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University as we get ready to see what Jordan Arce can do. The 3.35 ERA sophomore out of Thousand Oaks, California, with a 9-3 record on the year so far. 71 innings of work and 67 strikeouts to her name in 2024. One of the best in the nation in that category. Arce with the wind and delivery on 0-0 is in for strike number 1.
Both base runners staying at their spots, threatening to run as soon as the bunt is laid down. Tigers are now aware of the Celts' plan.
Arce, of course, the main ace of this team. As on the 0-1, lays down the bunt. Throw over is going to be in time as Tagawa able to get on the bag. But the runners move up 60 feet each direction and put a runner on second and third with just 1 out in this top of the 7th inning.
And there'll be a pinch hitter for the Celts with number 18, Celeste Luna, coming up. They want a more powerful threat to try and drive in both Davia and Gonzalez.
Luna, during game number 1, did not have an appearance. However, during game number 2, she did and went 1 for 1. So we'll see what she's able to do here. As Arce getting ready to deliver the 0-0. Swung on and fouled off. So going down 0-1 here against Jordan Arce. Arce last night, again, went the entire game. 7 hits allowed, 3 runs allowed, 5 walks, and 5 strikeouts. This one hit out into right, and it's going to drop in fair territory. De La Luna throws it home. It gets past Williams. 2 runs come in to score, and St. Thomas going to take a 1-run lead here off of the 2-run RBI double.
Yeah, it looked like a close play at the line. We'll see it on the replay here. Yep, very fair. And the throw was just offline. And then they tried to throw it to home, and that, too much traffic. Once again, the fielding being a slight issue for the Tigers, and it's cost them the lead.
And so now Trinity finds themselves in the 5-4 hole. A great, great pinch hit appearance by Celeste Luna. As now getting ready for the next at bat. It doesn't look like it's going to be Haley. I can't tell if it's Haley Lupian or not. I believe it is.
It is Isabel Hernandez.
Isabel Hernandez. Okay, so that is who is now pinch hitting in the 2 spot. The 5'2" sophomore out of Baytown, Texas, playing second. Hernandez being the 5'5" sophomore out of San Antonio. 1-0 here as Arce gets ready to deliver. This one in for strike number 1, so count moves back to even at 1-1. Arce checking the wrist strap once again before figuring out the grit that she wants and delivering on 1-1. This one misses for ball number 2. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. St. Thomas leading 5-4 after the 2 RBI double. Arce winds and delivers. Swung on and fouled off, so count even at 2-2. Arce again with the complete game last night. Did not appear in game number 2 and has only appeared in the final inning of this one. RC with the delivery, bit high, so count now moves to full at 3-2, 3-2-1 on that top row. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. That third error could be costly by Trinity. And really errors number 1 and 2 were pretty costly as well, as this would allowed St. Thomas to get those 3 runs. This is a swing and a miss for strike number 3. RC able to get the big strike out there and prevent a sacrifice play from occurring. As it now brings up Jalen Simmons, a third baseman, who's 0 for 3 so far today. Strikeout, hit into a double play, and then struck out looking in the 1st, 4th, and 6th, respectively. RC delivers on 0-0 to give a good strike for 0-1.
And at this point, the name of the game is just keep the deficit at 1. Do not let them extend the lead.
Players next up are going to be Hannah Boudreau, Jordan Williams, and Carson Lee. So Trinity can definitely take advantage of some of the better hitters on this Tiger team if they are able to get on and keep this deficit at what it is right now. RC getting ready to deliver the 1-1. The wind and the delivery is a bit low for ball number 2. Can hear the St. Thomas dugout getting nice and loud here in this top of the 7th inning. Runner on second is Archibald. The wind and the delivery swung on, hit out into center field. Watson moving over. Watson going to throw it home. Throw is not going to be made in time. St. Thomas taking a 2-run lead.
Yeah, great hit by Simmons. Just putting it in the right spot. Good job by Watson to spear that one and prevent extra bases, but it's a 2-run lead for St. Thomas now. Just really good hitting from them.
It's something that St. Thomas has done very well with, and it's something that Coach Robles talked about during our interview with her, as that is going to be a swing and the miss, and the tag not going to be delivered in time. Something that Coach Robles talked about, saying that, you know, maybe sometimes the players think that we focus on hitting too much in practice. It's something that this team really prioritizes, a big philosophy of the team. He's getting a replay of the play there. And RC delivers. This one hit out into right, diving for it, and it looks like it drops. De Luna going to throw it to second. Tag is applied. And it looks like one more run came across, and it did indeed. So 4 runs come across in the top of the 7th inning before the tag was applied at second. We're going to get the replay of it there. And Simmons stepped on the plate before the tag was delivered. And so St. Thomas is going to take a 7-4 lead after a 4-run top of the 7th. We're going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network here from Trinity University in San Antonio, Texas. Coming up next for Trinity is not going to be Hannah Boudreau. It's going to be a pinch hitter, Josephine Colawine, the 5'9" freshman out of Reno, Nevada, who had 2 1/3 innings of work as a pitcher in game number 2. As a batter, Colawine has 7 at-bats, batting 143 on the season so far.
Yeah, big spot for the freshman. It's up to her to get something going in the bottom of the 7th.
St. Thomas still rolling with Sossaman as this one is hit right back up the middle. Colawine going to get a base hit to start this off. And a great leadoff hit by Colawine. And looks like we are going to get a stoppage as we're going to see a pinch runner coming in. And I believe it might be Ella Whitaker, as Whitaker is typically the player to come in these situations. And it is going to be Ella Whitaker. Whitaker, the 5'5" freshman out of Roanoke, Texas, who has 8 stolen bases to her credit coming into this series. Whitaker, during game number 1, was actually the starter and did not have an appearance during the earlier game today. First pitch for strike number 1 on Jordan Williams, who's 2 for 2 so far. Singled in the first, walked in the third, and then doubled in the 5th. Line and the delivery is a bit too low for ball number 1, and evens the count up at 1-1. Williams, the senior out of Clayton, California, getting ready to take the 1-1. It is in for strike number 2, and getting ready for 1-2 here. Williams very, very key in these high-leverage situations, and hoping to get something going here. A good hit into the outfield would send Whitaker, and instead gets caught looking. Jordan Williams goes down looking on strikes and keeps Whitaker at first for now, and brings up Carson Lee here in the number 5 spot, number 2 in the inning. Lee 1 for 3 so far. Hits this one into center field. Going back is Moreno. Moreno reaches up to grab it. Fantastic defensive play there by Moreno, and puts Trinity down to just 1 out. Down 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Moreno just having to go from the middle of the logo all the way out there. Great speed, great player, and a great out.
Absolutely fantastic work by the 5'5" junior, and brings up Marina De La Luna now. De La Luna 0 for 3 so far on the day. Did have a hit during game number 2. As Sossaman gets ready to deliver. This one hit out to short, picked up. The throw does not go into second. Whitaker is going to run for third and able to slide headfirst into third. And so instead of ending the game there, ends up putting runners on the corners for Trinity University.
Next up for the Tigers, the third baseman, Peyton Bowser.
Now this is the big question. The Celts have taken full advantage of the errors of the Tigers. Now can the Tigers take advantage of the errors of the Celts?
Up next is Peyton Bowser, who is 1 for 3 on the day. Got a double in the 5th. Popped out in the 1st and 3rd, so 1 for 3 on the day so far. De La Luna at 3rd. De La Luna at 1st. Whitaker on 3rd. Bowser takes this one outside for ball number 1. Count even at 1-1. Sossaman just passed 105 pitches on the day. As Bowser swings this one into the gap, it's going to drop. Whitaker's going to come home to score as De La Luna stays at second. And now it is a 2-run game off of the RBI single by Peyton Bowser.
Up next for the Tigers, the left fielder,
Yeah, a great hit there.
Del Toro.
And there's not enough time for Del Luna to go to third. So fortunate for the Celts, there's only one runner in scoring position. But the Tigers trying to rally still.
Hayden Del Toro up to bat next. Walked in the second, grounded out in the fourth and fifth. As this one off the glove there of Bennett. Called strike as it was in the zone. And we'll see what Del Toro goes with here. Swing and fouled back off the net. Again, Del Toro 0 for 2 so far during this game. Went 0 for 3 in game number 1, and then 0 for 2 in game number 2. So has not gotten a hit yet during this series. Here on 0-2, fouls this one off once again. Maybe just trying to protect here and not go down on strikeouts. And just trying to keep this game alive for the Tigers. Del Toro ready on 0-2. Checks the swing. It's a bit too high. And it's going to be ball number 1, I believe. Unless he's saying that it was fouled off. It is going to be a ball. So count moves to 1-2. Sossaman, the wind and the delivery a bit too far outside. And makes it all 2s on that top row. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 runners on here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Del Toro getting ready, swings and fouls this one off. And so take number 2 for the 2-2-2-2. Getting ready here as Sossaman ready to deliver. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Del Toro goes down, and St. Thomas takes game number 2 and game number 3 of this triple header series to win the series and move out to a 12-7 record on their 2024 campaign. A fantastic game that was really won in the 7th inning by the Celts, as 3 runs came through in the 4th, but 4 came through in the 7th to take the lead and eventually the win over the Trinity University Tigers.
We could talk about many things, Kayla, but ultimately the errors are going to haunt these Tigers over the course of the week. I mean, look, at the top of the 4th, almost pretty much all those runs unearned. If you don't allow those runs on those fielding mistakes, then you walk it off in the bottom of the 7th there. So, really, we can say many things, but those fielding errors are what truly cost the Tigers in this one.
3 runs given up, 4 of them earned for Trinity University off of 3 errors. But another big factor during this one, Trinity leaving 9 runners on base. A big, costly game for Trinity, but a learning lesson for sure, as they will be going on the road to Irving, Texas next weekend to play the University of Dallas. Victoria Sossaman goes the entire 7 innings, getting another complete game on her season total. That's going to be complete game number 7 on the year for her. Going to be picking up win number 7 as well in her 11th appearance and her 11th start of the year. Meanwhile, for Trinity, Megan Krischbaum goes 6 innings, 8 hits allowed, 5 runs allowed, 2 of them earned, with 1 walk and 3 strikeouts on 26 batters faced. Meanwhile, Jordan Arce finished the final inning for Trinity, went the entire final inning, 3 hits allowed, 2 runs allowed, both of them earned, and 1 strikeout. Leading batter for St. Thomas was, I would have to give it to either Chloe Bennett or Lindsay Gonzalez. or Gabby Davila. All of them going 2 for 3 on the day with a run as well. And just a very good offensive output for the Celts. And for Trinity, the leading batter, for sure was Jordan Williams, who went 2 for 3 with 2 runs. And one of those hits being a double. So Trinity drops games number 2 and 3 of the series. They fall now to 16-9 on the 2024 campaign. They lose their first 2 games of conference as they now have a 4-2 record in conference. St. Thomas, meanwhile, with a 5-1 record. That will do it all for us here from San Antonio and from Trinity University. Thank you all for watching, and thank you to everybody in the control room for making all this possible. But most importantly, thank you to all of the viewers, because, of course, without you, we wouldn't even have an opportunity to be doing this. So thank you to everybody. Thank you from everybody here at Tiger Network. My name has been Caleb Reed, joined by Reed Rosales, and we will see you all in 2 weeks' time. Remember, Trinity will return to be playing Austin College here on April 6th. Have a great afternoon, a great evening, and a great weekend. Be safe, everybody.